Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Hello. We are the Keshe Foundation. Our mission is to bring peace on earth and join humanity with the universal community. We wish and work to bring man as equal to all beings in the universe. By teaching plasma science and technology equally to everyone, no one is left out and no one is abused due to lack of knowledge. By donating to us, you can help achieve this goal. keshefoundation.org/donate.
And welcome each and all, everyone, to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for August 24th, 2025. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Quirk and each and every one of the participants. We all have microphones. We're all encouraged to interact and create new things. Well, we're coming into exciting times, more exciting times. And again, we need to be patient within this process. As he said, what they taught in the 604 is for the future. It's for future guidance of man. So we're all in a hurry to get there, but yet we have to set up a system to get there. And of course, all the work the Keshe Foundation is doing, as Mr. Keshe said, is hidden within the coins, within the One Nation network, within the stock and the rest of this. So there's a much bigger work going on, but we're just asked to support. And as you support, you become part of the structure of the system that's being set up for now or in the future, especially in the future. I think things are being staged for the future time. We're going to cover the a little bit of the 604. We'll cover the announcements today, but before we go any further, as usual, let's just reconfirm our ethos to be peaceful and to serve. We're spreading the emotions of peace and love, and we're also here to serve and not be served, which sometimes that can be a little bit difficult. I remember I heard someone say once, I don't do anything for anyone unless it benefits me. And so perhaps this ethos is starting to change, where we're holding the interests of the others even above the interests of ourselves. And this is the idea of servitude, I think. And this is what part of the whole creation is to be there and support the others the same way Mr. Keshe is supporting us. I also found this little interesting clip that we'll play. It's about 11 minutes. And it was from the 600 Knowledge Seekers Workshop, where he said that we have the Universal Council within our organization, the Earth Council, and a couple other councils, let's say. But he talked about a Universal Teachers Council where they gather together, not very often, but they applauded Mr. Keshe on the patience he's had with humanity. And of course, we just had a meeting, and I think before this one, and we showed our patience in trying to help one of the others in a way, work out a computer issue. But even the other universal teachers were elevated, he said, in a way, we'll play that later, just by observing his patience and how he brought man into a position where he wanted to get them in a way, just to go to the next step. So there's so many exciting things happening in the foreground now, as well as huge things in the background. And of course, feel free to chime in and help me explain more of this knowledge, or at least share some of this knowledge the way you understand it as well. But yes, the whole system is being set up, and it's being hidden in what these offers are. The ID card, the One Nation Network, the coins, the stock company, other developments and other works that are going on in the background. But we'll hear more in the announcements. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? Remember, we're delivering a new science, a new ethos, and a new language, where you're hearing some of these words that you haven't heard very often before, maybe never before. So this is part of the ethos, the way we all believe in a way, or we're trying to believe in this way. We're all believing in a way the same way. We're all loving in a way the same way and unconditionally. And we're all going to be living the same way, where the stronger feeds the weaker rather than tries to take from the weaker, which has been our practice. So this is our World Peace Treaty. You can find it on any of the search engines. You can sign it with a pen, or you can sign it with a pen of your soul. There's no actual physical pen needed in this process. So would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? This will become the document the world leaders will sign as they start to pledge their nations to peace. And I think the process is moving along slowly, but it's moving. And I guess gradually the changes have to be brought in. And this is the way we're moving. So, World Peace Treaty. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war, or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our, and you can delete as appropriate, our nation, our territory, our council, our religion, our city, our town, our body, and our soul. Simply put your name and signature, again, on behalf of the nation, on behalf of your territory, your council, religion, your city, your town, or as an individual. Have it witnessed, of course, and after signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. In a way, this is a little reactor, perhaps, as you sign it, as you endorse it, as you post it to be displayed all of a sudden it starts other chain processes, I think, in other people. I haven't done that. I'm not in a work environment. Maybe it wouldn't be appropriate for work, but maybe it would be. But of course, you can post this anywhere. Oh boy. Are we still here? It just said I was signed out by another account. Can anyone hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we hear you, Mark.
Okay, that's strange. It said I was signed out by another account. I don't know how. I'm the host of the meeting, so, but there are other hosts here and co-hosts as well. I don't think they can do that, but somehow that message came up. So again, I was saying this is a little type of reactor, maybe even a big reactor, where people will get, in a way, elevated and enlightened just by seeing what you have done and what you have created and what you've endorsed. I think this carries more to it than we imagine, as most of the things in the Keshe Foundation do. Any comments on the World Peace Treaty? We're moving in this direction. And again, there are systems set up to make this happen, but it may be over a longer period of time. As he said, we're too much in a rush. And as we know, a half a doctor is a threat to life, or a half a doctor is worse than no doctor at all. So we need to be patient and sort of follow the plan. Mr. Keshe is laying it out every week in the announcements and some of the other work that he's doing, but this is the way we're proceeding. I've never taken over a planet or brought a planet into the family of the universal community, but we do have an expert teacher or manager, professor, however you want to call it, that has done this over eons of time, I believe, and this is just another group of the creation that's being brought into this process to join with the universal community. As he said, we're going to extend the half-life of man to get closer to the half-life of the universal community. But there's so many twists and turns to this, I don't understand it all, but this is the way we're going, and this is what will bring the permanent peaceful condition on this planet. And this is our wish, and this is our command. So we have a beautiful future for humanity, and the Keshe knowledge seekers and other scientists, I think, are all involved in this process of, again, that no one gets abused due to a lack of knowledge, and that we join together with the universal community. And this is all part of the plan, hidden behind the coins, hidden behind the One Nation Network, the ID, the computers, and everything else, the stock corporation, as I said earlier. But this is the way it's done on this planet, and this is the way it's being delivered. So we invite you all to, if you haven't, to endorse the World Peace Treaty with a pen or with the pen of your soul. As you know, when you go into the universe, you'll probably never see anything written but the balance of the fields of the soul of the existence, as I understand it. All right, we have the 604th Knowledge Seekers Workshop. As I was saying earlier, has anyone noticed anything in their emotions or their feeding? He said they were feeding us in a different way this time. I know in some of the previous graphs, he talked about feeding the soul of the man. And then in other graphs, he said we switched the system and we started to feed the soul of physicality. And that fed the soul and that of man, and that fed the physicality. So there's a number of different ways that it's being approached, and I'm not clear on all of it. But as we just shown in what we were looking at earlier in the 600th, where he talks about the to go to the next step in science, we need the nuclear materials, nuclear radiation, cosmic radiation, and this is essential for the advancement of science technology to the next step. Then if you go that way, he said here, you don't need to feed the man. You touch the soul of the man, and the man feeds itself. So this is the process that's going on slowly, but I think continuously in the background. So, would anyone like to share anything about this workshop? I've made a few notes on the 604th Knowledge Seekers Workshop, but maybe I'll just start. I don't know if I should refer to you as paid or unpaid guinea pigs. This is what Mr. Keshe said, that we're all guinea pigs in a way, at least in the public session, because they're working on a larger scale development in a way in the background. So you're all part of bringing this system forward just by being in the workshops. Then, of course, you can join transmutation sessions, which the next one, if we go to the Keshe Foundation store, if I have it pulled up, I may not. Let's see here. It might have gotten deleted, but we can bring it right back up again. And the transmutation sessions, which is part of the bigger development here, or helping to perfect the systems and correcting the systems. The transmutation will happen on the 29th, I believe, of this month. And let's just see if we can find it right here. Transmutation test. This is the offer that's on the table again for August, September, and October. You can order a package, a bundle, or you can sign up for one session at a time. But you'd have to do the bundle before the 3 months. Otherwise, it's probably not effective. So this is the way we're keeping the Keshe Foundation free for humanity, helping to develop, perfect the systems, and that the scientists or the knowledge seekers working in the background will help to, for them to understand more about this whole process. But as I said, the whole change is hidden behind the coins, the Mark Gray Corporation, and all the other things that are going on in the background. And this is the alternative system that Mr. Keshe is creating. And all he's asking us to do is to support whichever way you can. If all you can do is get an ID card, then that's what you can do at this point. Although you probably should have taken advantage of it when it was 30 euro and now it's 90 euro. But there's so many things like the enlightenment game that are part of this. But this is just another way of keeping the Keshe Foundation free for humanity, participating if you can in these transmutation tests. And I think everyone will go through this process, maybe more rapidly than some of us have been in these sessions. And again, we don't always notice the change, but we know the changes are taking place. Sometimes I think it's subclinical, and together they sort of build up into a process that perhaps you may notice, where you become more peaceful or balanced in your emotion, or even with the food, it's not as appetizing as before, or you're losing your emotional connection to it in a way. And of course, this is all part of the killing and destruction that we've never, or if we thought about it, we haven't wanted to accept it, that this is part of our practice, which keeps us in a way separated from the larger family. But there's systems in place, and to feed, you touch the soul of the man feeds himself. So again, this is the whole work of the Keshe Foundation behind the scenes to bring this planet into a greater existence with the universal community. And as he said, some of those, perhaps one race is at least heading this way, he said. And when they arrive, of course, man will be so impressed that we can't even imagine the knowledge and what will be shared at that point in time. And again, sometimes traveling in a craft, if that's the way they're doing it, somebody said to me, it's not even worth traveling from star to star. It may take you a whole generation of time to get there, but maybe they're closer than we think. We know that this planet already has a third of its population, whether that's the vertical people, the horizontal people, or man itself, as members of the universal community. Just too shy to show themselves. They're just hiding in the clothes of the man or hiding in the clothes of other physicality on this planet to have an experience in the matter state. So let's go back to the 604 and anything anyone would like to share about this workshop. Again, we're all these guinea pigs in a much larger scale of work. And he went back to time and how important time is, but at the same time, he said man has no time. The soul can be elevated instantaneously. And then he went into the half-life we give to matters such as atoms and other things, and the half-life can be seconds or a few seconds or minutes or hours. And I believe they want to extend the half-life. Of course, he went into the work of insurance companies, and I didn't realize that he has actually quite a bit of experience in um, life insurance and pension policies and the rest. He says he just called it the work on the half-life is just a different isotope in a way. Some countries they live to 90, other places they live to 70, but the teaching of this workshop, he said, is set for the future, for 5 years ahead of now or 10 years ahead of now. And in a way, he's giving a sort of a roadmap or guidance, which will be taken into consideration as we move into this future time for man traveling in space. So what's coming in is this half-life, and apparently we've accepted through a larger structure our half-life at the time of inception. We can tweak it a little bit, as he said, but we've accepted 90% of the half-time apparently at the time of inception or birth. I think it's at the time of inceptions. So there is a limited amount of time, but now they're talking about extending this. The bigger structure, he said, had decided on this time that you agreed to when you took this position, apparently. And of course, when you go into the energy dimension, he said, we're going to tweak this half-life enormously. In other words, a few years on this planet becomes billions of years. This is the environment you'll be entering into, where the half-life is billions of years. So, and he indicated that's one of the reasons we have a short life, because we are in a hurry to get into this other dimension where the half-life is much, much longer. We decay fast, he said, to get ready for the next cycle. But the insurance policies he talked about quite a bit and was trying to make analogies. He said it's like a gambling club. And as I said, he also mentioned that he did own insurance company, at least one, maybe more. And this had, I guess, life insurance and pension policies and the rest. And as he said, in conjunction with the governments, they, in a way, predict your half-life by playing with the energy of your life. And he went into a bit more detail on this. He also indicated that it's a good age to retire, or some countries have set 65. And he said, we see the extension of life, but the extension of life has a lot to do with your income and your emotions. And this is what the insurance companies have sort of figured out. They predict the half-life by playing with the energy of your life, as we said, in cahoots in a way, or in working it out with the government. And so this the change of the isotope by losing a lot of your income when you go from working full-time to retirement, you might get a 2/3 decrease in your income, and this affects your emotions. And also, he said that the people that you're in touch with are probably less too. So in a way, your world shrinks a bit, I guess, when you retire. You don't have the resources that you've had, and you don't have all the people that you used to work with and connect with a lot of times. They're busy doing things, and now you're retired. So they're trying to balance this situation out where, as I said, they're bringing the half-time of the universe into this physical dimension, that no one will even write an insurance policy because you may live for 7,000 years or more. This perhaps could be in the future, or it could be we could extend our life perhaps today. So what else? They're saying they're going to play this different game and that no one will be writing insurance policies because of the half-life will be too long. But when you get into the universe, apparently you still need some energies. And he said, we've foreseen this, and this is why we're setting up this system. This is not a game. They need to take care of you when you're in the universe. And again, I'm not sure if you're going to be there full-time or part-time. And he said this was today's experiment, meaning on the in that knowledge seekers workshop, is setting the stage for the future generations to be able to see if they can affect the feeding and the change of the motion. And as we indicated, the system is hidden in the coins and everything else that the Keshe Foundation is doing. Remember when he had said about the Keshe Foundation store that every product is there for the elevation of the soul. So this is the system they're setting up. And we're all immigrants in space, but he doesn't want anything shut off. So that's why he said, I remember in the past when he said, when you go to space, I still have to feed you. But yet in other instances, he said that when you get into space, there's so much energy, it's just automatic. You don't even need to sleep or anything else. But he seems to say that no one needs to cut off your supply. And this is why the systems being set up are for this planet and for the future time when man ventures more into the universe, whether they stay there for 1,000 years or they stay there for just seconds and come back. You still need to be fed and you still need to be elevated, as I'm taking. And again, this is just my own understanding of what I've made a few notes on. So we become the structure of the universe for billions of years at this energy level, but you still need to be connected to a system, and that's where the cosmic ray material probably comes in. We're, again, he said, we're very busy with the physicality, and he said in the previous workshop, we're far too busy with nothing. But this is the beginning of this whole process. And he talked about creating in the universe too. If your time matches, the time is everything connected to each other. Again, it's all encompassing, it sounds like. But if you can match that with another strength in the universe or energy in the universe, you can start to create children of the universe. And we're at the beginning of this understanding, at the beginning of this change. Man has to understand the real work of the universe, not the mechanics of this planet, although understanding how things work on this planet is a big advantage to you. As he also indicated, it's good to know this planet if you're here on this planet. And we're just at the beginning of this process. We're changing energy into time to move the physicality the way the soul does. And he said it's not capturing, but it's connecting. And if you understand this knowledge, the whole structure changes. The whole planet changes. The whole feeding changes. And what needs to be changed in the dimension of the soul of the man. Yes, this is what we need to change, is something within the soul of the man. I made man in the image of myself, as Mr. Keshe often quotes, but apparently we got the image of the creator wrong. And this needs to be corrected as well. How do we change? How do we establish this for humanity? This is all part of the process. But he did say the road ahead is tough. It will bring some problems, mistakes, and other things that we will need to correct and to perfect. He talked about, let's see here. Yeah, he said the way that they brought it was kind of a mess in a way through the prophets and the rest of these things, and how they turned it into profit for the pocket instead of profit for the elevation of the energy side of man. And it doesn't matter from Moses to Christ to the Buddhas and the rest. Apparently, they're all involved in cashing out your soul and putting it in the pocket. And this is totally against what that whole idea was, but now in a way it's sort of ingrained. So we're going to transfer energy from one strength to another. And he talked about this is the universal clock that they're setting up, a strength from A to B. And we can mix with parts of the universal community to create this universal time there or on Earth. And you change the time by the change of the strength of the energy, and that equals the universal existence in a way, or universal time. That again, you play off matter state against the energy state. This is an aspect of immortality. He didn't say that there, but I'm just recalling that you can play off the energy dimension against the physicality, and the physicality against the energy dimension, as I understand it. So he talked about our leaders, quite full of ignorance and greed, but we're going to bring this half time on this planet closer to the half-life of our existence in space. And he said that existence is quite long. So we're going to bring that here on this planet, that perhaps you can travel in space for 1,000 years and then come back to this planet. I'm not sure, but that's what it sounds like to me. Please feel free to interject anything, or if you have a different understanding, which I'm all sure all you do. But he said in the workshop, they are feeding you, they're changing your emotions to food. And that's what I was asking earlier. Did anyone have any change? And he said the honey embedded in the soul, honey has a lot of properties within it that can actually feed you. I didn't actually taste the honey. I've heard other people say they didn't taste the honey. I've heard other people say they did, or smell the lavender. Yes?
Hey, Mark, I still have a question about the halftime. I still cannot understand the use of halftime in that teaching. I don't know if you picked it up.
Well, it seems to me like we're going into a bigger halftime existence, right? Into the universe. He wants to bring that halftime onto this planet, that you're, or part of that halftime onto this planet, where in the universe it would be billions of years of existence or more. And now bring that sort of idea of halftime and extend the life on this planet to, that's why he was saying maybe 7,000 years or something, that no insurance company would even think of writing a policy. So they're extending the halftime to match the universal halftime. And that's what these systems are set up to do, to bring that communication. We're linking to a universal halftime communication through the network that's being set up. Does it make sense? How it's done, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I guess my question is that definition, the way he used it, I still go back, but your response, you still have some holes on it to me, because halftime incomparable to the time, the universal time, or halftime incomparable to the earth time.
No, he's going to bring the universal halftime to this planet. That's what it sounded like. Even though he was saying we're too much involved with the physicality and the rest, it probably won't be billions of years, but it could be, as he said, maybe man will live to 7,000 years.
So what is the definition of halftime?
When the atom decays.
No, that's a half-life.
Yeah.
Yeah, but half-life is not halftime.
Okay. To me, it is. Anyone else on this half-life, half-time?
I'm ready to jump in.
Jump.
Ike, Mark has answered your question perfectly. What we have to understand is that when we look at what we call a flying saucer is only half the sphere. So when we look at our physicality, we notice there's a significant physical difference between the shape of our brain and the shape of our body. So the body actually becomes an extension of the brain, except that it goes through the physicality, whereas the brain itself is retained in its plasma connection. And that plasma connection is actually the soul of physicality. So you half is in the soul of physicality and half is in the physicality. That is the overall containment of the soul. And so the soul gives that animation to both half-lives. So when we're talking about the half-life decay of an atom, so the decay is the falling into density. And that density is the manifestation of the physicality. And then the problem with the radiation is that the decay is extremely slow and it has a lingering effect because it is draining us of energy in that process. So with the plasma science, we can speed up the decay of the radiation. So we eliminate that as a problem on this planet. And then we look at the other aspects of our particular existence. So our soul is immortal, but our physicality is definitely mortal. And so how do we work those two half lives together? And so that is the uh, challenge. That is the goal. And what's difficult for us to understand is how we are only looking at half the picture when we are matter state dominant. So our matter state comprises of the physicality and it comprises of the non-tangibility, which is represented by our soul of physicality. Does that help you, Ike?
Yes. So in a sense, okay, it makes sense to deduce from what you said because now you're changing the energy strength. So if you're changing from the physicality to the soul, and that's moving from one strength to the next. And that's exactly what Mr. Keshe used in that sentence. He says, half time, the essence of time, in a way, is a transfer of energy from one strength to another. So you used half of the strength because in that last teaching, if you listen to between 29 and 31 times slot over there, you can hear when he mentioned the essence of time is transfer of energy from one strength to another. But then he used the half time. So what you're explaining in a way is different level of strength from that soul to that physical.
That's
Yeah,
correct.
I think I can take that. Appreciate that. Thanks.
Yeah, that's correct. But please take in mind that, for purposes of discussion, we are looking at two halves of the equation. But in terms of energy exchange, the plasma energy operates at orders of magnitude higher. So in fact, if you give $1 on the physical side, you would be achieving $10 minimum on the plasmatic side. So although it's, two halves of the same picture, you have to understand that we are, for discussion purposes, discussing in halftime. but for energy exchange or energy transition, we are dealing in a different scale. So you just have to bear that in mind when you're looking at that. So this is why the space travel operates. It's so much faster. The physicality is like donkey speed.
Right. Basically, from this one strength to the next strength, the lower strength, higher strength to the lower strength.
Well,
Exactly.
I did
Mhm.
like what he said about bringing the halftime of the universe to the halftime on this planet, or part of it, meaning extending the physical life on this planet. Is
Exactly.
but he said we're going to bring it closer to the halftime of the universe. Anyone
And
else?
right on, Mark. Thank you.
Anyone else would like to add anything? But then he asked, is man really ready for this change? This is what he seems to be still questioning. In other locations, he said man is ready for the change. So he kind of puts it in different ways. But
We have a choice. It's time. I have a question, Alex, about the brain will become a round sphere, and we still will have cosmic rays and all sorts of other tailwinds occurring. So, how will that change be possible? I mean, wow, what a lot of changes.
absolutely.
Oh, that's beyond at this point in time in terms of our understanding, because we are definitely physically dominant, and so in order to expand our knowledge, it's important to expand our awareness first. And the difficulty for everyone in this transition is going to have to do with reference. So when somebody is learning something new, they generally try and reference to the old, so that that gives them a step up to the new and say, okay, well, this is, grade one, and then this is grade two, and then you have this natural progression. But the step up to the plasma science does not have a gradual progression. We have historically ignored it. So the only reference we have is to the physicality. So now we're introducing the plasma science. Many people don't even have an awareness that that concept exists, except except for the fact that they do understand emotional gratification. And that, I think, is going to be the pathway to understanding the plasma science, because in reality, the words don't matter. So when we look at the learning of words, it is scientifically proven that it actually literally kills brain cells, because we have to degenerate to the point where we can actually communicate verbally. The rest of the universal community is communicating emotionally, and that conveys an enormous amount of meaning. So, like the Georgia Peach, she says, "How much does my husband love me?" Well, he loves me Cadillac. And that doesn't convey a meaning, and that doesn't convey a sincerity. So when we're talking about emotion, that comes from the true intention of the soul, and the manifestation of that true intention is represented by the soul of physicality, and its manifestation comes out in the aura. And at this point in time, the majority of the population, the vast majority, is unable to see the aura. So we cannot determine the language of the aura, but what we see with the aura is that it has a specific color, which means that that color is an emission of the aura representing the emotional context. So if you're angry, you will have a certain aura color, or if you're happy, you'll have a different color, and we can change those colors. But that is the soul of physicality and its interaction with the earth space. The thing is that the soul itself has all the colors, so it is a universal color, and it gives everything unconditionally. And so this is where the peace and prosperity is resident. And so we need to have this awareness that we need to be able to transcend to that level, and we can only do that with true sincerity. I hope that helps, Gail.
It helps, and I also think I keep thinking of what Mr. Keshe said about the soul of man and the soul of physicality will eventually well, especially soul of physicality will elevate, and also be the soul of man will be able to contain it, and then it can reverse because both of them will have reached the same energy levels, I guess.
Yes, yes, that's that is the advanced outer space science.
That's where we're heading.
Well, I don't know where you're heading. That's where I'm heading.
Well, we hope we
All
are.
heading.
I
Okay.
like to be both.
I I am 100% certain that all the panelists here are headed in that direction, because the truth wins out, and we're not here, really to waste our time. We're here not only to teach newcomers, but to teach ourselves to change the rate of change, and each of us has that uh, rate change on an individual basis. So it all depends on how open we are and how prepared we are. And
Happy we look as well. If you are the change, then it just spreads because people will say, "Hey, I think I would kind of like to have a piece of that pie." Well, not in that. Maybe I said that wrong, but anyway, they want to be happy.
no, I know that the analogy is absolutely perfect, because why are we always settling for that little
Alex,
piece of the pie?
Gail, just a reminder, Gail, you need to keep your mic closed when you're not speaking. We're getting feedback.
Okay, kind of hard to do when you're talking to someone.
Oh, it's very
Okay.
easy. Just mute it.
Mhm.
Please continue. Sorry for the interruption.
Thank you very much, Alex.
Yeah, so all of us have to, make these choices. But well, the situation is like this. It's not going to happen at Wednesday at 2 p.m. Okay, this is something that you incorporate in your life, incorporate in your thinking, and it's just like going to sleep at night. You don't have to, before you go to bed, open up a "How do I go to sleep" manual and read that. The moment you have the trust in the universe to allow it to happen, it will happen, and then that really is where the blockage sits. Back to you, Mark.
Okay, let's continue summarizing the workshop. As he said, you see the honey here and the honeycomb. When he first showed this picture a few weeks ago, I thought that was honey on top of waffles. And I said, gee, those are strange waffles. But it was only later on that I realized that was the honeycomb, I believe. Isn't that honeycomb is what we see the honey on top of? But I thought perhaps in Europe or other places they put honey on top of waffles. But he said the honey has so many of the life forces in it that they're embedding in the soul as an energy conversion, the energy of the honey. How that's done, definitely not sure, but it's being done. And then with the lavender, and then with the juice as well. And this is when he said, is man not ready for the change? He talked about dipping your finger, and this is a good thing to know. into the, like the CO2 box. And I remember probably in the private teachings where you can dip your small finger in the top of the CO2 box where the fatty amino acids are and just touch it on your tongue. And that gives you the energy of one egg. You don't get the egg, but you get the energy of the egg. So this is so if you want 2 eggs or 3 eggs, you would dip your finger twice. Apparently people are doing this and actually gaining weight that way. This is what he was saying. And then he talked about, continuing to promote these trials, and you'll feel the change. And then he talked about these universal packs. And he said, wait for it. But this is one of the developments or a test development, in other words, to add more knowledge into the system. But he said with these universal packs, it gives you everything you need on this planet. And I'm thinking, well, gee, it'll give me everything I need. But I was thinking maybe instead of me wanting a new Corvette or a new sports car or something, what it will give me is the detachment through my emotions of even wanting a new sports car. So what he said will give you everything, yes, but you won't even want everything. You won't need everything. You'll become attached to things. So that's the way I think this may proceed. It's not that you get the sports car. You change the emotion that now I don't need a sports car anymore. I don't need this anymore or that. So this is why I say you lose the emotion to many, many things. You may not get what I want the big mansion or I want the sports car and the rest, but you may lose the emotional connection with those things. So again, the saying is true. You don't need it because now you don't have an emotion for it. You exist without it. That was just my little thing. And then he talked about the space station and the intimate corner that they have in these space stations to, in a way, prevent astronauts from committing suicide, which would devastate the space program. So we're touching the halftime in the universe. And he said that the universal, we're like that one-day shrimp. I'm not sure what that means, but he said the universal creatures will have fun with us, maybe because they'll only interact with us or we'll interact with them in a short period of time. And then they're going to change the half-life to energy, not so much the physical life. Again, he said we're too much involved with nothing, meaning the physicality. But at the same time, he says we're going to extend this. But who wants to live in the same house for 1,000 years? He's also mentioned that in the past. So what else did he mention in this workshop? Again, we don't understand the whole structure of the creation of the half-life of the universe, and man really needs to understand this. And he said this, if we don't understand this, this will lead to crime and this will bring man to his knees. I don't quite understand that as well. If we don't understand the half-life of the universe, in reality is equal, he said, to the mass and the weight. I'm not sure about that either. Man has to understand what time means. Then he talked about this antenna. And this is what I was saying, that this whole structure that they're setting up is just a way to hide connecting us to the universal time. This antenna that you will get to add to your One Nation network will connect us to universal time, gradually connects man to this communication line of the universe. And then man, we bring man to the universe to understand more about this communication line. And we're going to end this pension system, I think he said, in all of the emotional instability it brings. As he said, the emotional suffering of losing a job or a loss of income basically creates your half-life or your demise. And he said it's a good cause of death on this planet, that now you don't have the funds or you have to live on 2/3 of what you lived on, and in about 7 years, that sort of process takes its toll, apparently, on the pensioner. And so maybe they don't want to live anymore and they decide to check out. Then, of course, he went through the story of the snowball, where, they called the generals from the top man to the lowest man, and they made a big snowball. But because it was warm outside, as the general held it as long as he could, and then passed it to the next, well, after a few passings, there was no snowball left. And this is what he's saying the structure on this planet is like, that all the ones on the top seem to take the most and leave nothing for the others. And this process is about to change, that every nation, every person on this planet will be equal. As he said, we're going to give coins to the nations, to the people as well. Not for you to, again, go out and buy a Ferrari. It has to last you 100 years. But everyone will be equal and no one will pressure you in any kind of work or job you're doing. You can just retort to them, hey, I'm already a millionaire. I don't even need to work here. So stop the pressuring, or I'll go somewhere else and provide my services elsewhere. So they're bringing man into this universal understanding. And he made another example of how the rich do live longer because they don't have all this emotional pressure of the retirement. They just continue on as they get older. If nothing changes, there's no stress in their lives. There's less pressure, let's say, to live. So we're going to give the governments the Keshe coins for every child. The universal community will then become responsible for your life, not the governments. And so this is what they've foreseen. We talked about the story of the snowball, and now we're going to bring an equality to all people and all nations on this planet through the system in a way, or through this cover of the coins and the One Nation network and the stocks and the rest of this. This is how it's going to be done, and it's going to be done over a period of time. I know I want it tomorrow, but again, it may not be there tomorrow, as Alex just sort of indicated. It's we're laying down something for the future, and hopefully we'll be able to enjoy it too if we have some life extension within our own lives, that we could see it here. But as some people say, or I heard Mr. Keshe say at one time, he said he didn't need the name, he didn't need the face, and he didn't need the place. And I know he's on another mission already. So let's be patient with this whole process. It's not a snap of the finger, although, as he said, the soul can be elevated instantaneously. So I wanted to go back and maybe play this, what I think this was a question from Dean. Let's just see if I can. Now I don't seem to have it as I had it before. Let's see, where did that one go to? Doesn't seem to be in my tray. But this was this whole idea of the universal teachers, how they have a universal conference. And how he said it doesn't happen very often. And I guess they gather on the soul level, but the other members of this Universal Teachers Council were very impressed of the way Mr. Keshe has sort of brought this planet in a way in line to get it where it wants to be. Even though, as he said, he appeared in the soul of Moses, he appeared in the soul of Christ, he appeared in the soul of Muhammad. He said it's essentially the same soul, but apparently that way of bringing the change caused another sort of different problem, I guess. Apparently, I can't find that at the moment. I probably have too many. Oh, here it is. I had it up and I couldn't see it. So what I'd like to do is just to play this little excerpt here, which is about 11 minutes, and maybe we'll become a little bit more patient with the whole process. The Universal Teachers gathered together as Universal Teachers Council, if you can imagine that. Let's go into it. how they were impressed with what patience Keshe's had, bringing humanity to this change.
This is part of the cycle of life. That we have to educate on the emotion side, which goes with the soul, more than the physicality.
Mr. Keshe, Mr. Keshe, what you just said there. So one thing I realized some time ago was I've had conditions in my body. I know that if I'd have fed them emotion, they would have grown into all sorts of things, conditions. And I learnt through the foundation and through your teachings not to feed the emotion into it. So I changed. So the condition became more dormant. It stopped in its tracks. It didn't grow more. So I wish that others could understand the emotion of what you speak about. That if they can stop feeding, the brain with an emotional problematic, condition of thinking, worrying, instead of feeling joy and happiness and love for each and every moment, that how they can completely change, their structure. And that's why these systems and all that you're testing and showing, they're physical and they're so beautiful. But the soul aspect is so powerful when you should actually really understand, the essence of the soul. You can, you give from your soul to another soul, and you can really change. And I know I felt this with all the knowledge seekers, all the Universal Council, and with yourself and many of the beautiful people that are around the foundation. You sense it, you feel it, and once you have this knowledge, you can you try to share it with the others, but they've not had the teachings, and so it's like trying to talk a little bit to a brick wall where it doesn't understand because it just hasn't had the in-depth knowledge, and it's getting that knowledge through. And I suppose the only way to do that on one aspect is to share it on a soul level. I think that's the beauty of it.
I'm going to share with you something very honestly, it's not just with you alone. Something which has happened very, very recently. And recent, you have to understand the time with this position at the time, you call it the time of the man. This doesn't happen in the level of physicality, it happens in soul, in the level of energy, or what they call the soul of the creation. The way you...
So he's going to go into his participation, it sounds like, very recently on the energy level with a group of universal teachers. Let me just back it up a second or two.
Creation. The way you have the Universal Council, the way you have Earth Council, the universal teachers gather together as Universal Teachers Council. Very few. And this touched me when I felt it's not the word of the man you feel. One of the council members, or souls, said you took your time with man, but now you're getting them where you wanted. And with it, our souls get enlightened. But couldn't you do it a bit faster? I said, man is a slow animal. It's worse than, the slowest creatures we know. But at least this time we do it correctly. We don't need to come back and correct it again. It's taking time, being patient is not a virtue, is a necessity with the human race. And is not touching the souls, is elevating the souls without the souls knowing they've been touched. Man has a habit of resisting change or accepting the anything for the love of its life, whatever reason. And we do it this way. And it's taken a long time. And I remember waking up in a way, coming back to the dimension of physicality of the man, and I thought, now something has been achieved when your what you call peers, people who you work with in different dimensions, who understand, appreciate the work, understand the work. Because I, in a way, as a memory of man, hear that your work has even benefited us, the souls which are connected to us, because you teach right across the universe. And in a way, we feel a change. Because as much as we have to prepare man to go out in the space, we have to prepare outside to put the animosities, and not animosities, the distance they created for the human race because of its behavior. That these creatures have tamed, they brought themselves to follow, not that we brought them as a herd, they have to follow. And this is the beauty of what we see. These skirmishes we see between religions, it's just because they know the time has come. The end has come for their all it, and you see it when the Jews bomb a Christian church directly, blow it up to a smithereen, killing some people in it, as they do with the mosques, and then they claim everything else, and then you can see where the end sits. Not very far. Not very far. Because they become so big that their own big-headedness brings their own downfall. What happened in the past few days, it's brought a lot of changes. It does not matter what the world leaders play, and the script is already written. If you remember, go back on the teachings a few months ago, I said that the naval force of the United States are there to capture the Israelis trying to escape. And they closed the borders. The only even can escape to it. The only people coming out of Israel are Mossad agents and those who are supposed to do some more killing. Ordinary people can now. And very interesting, very interesting report, which Israelis don't want you to know. A lot of Jews in Israel are paying the Palestinians to get them out of Israel. Through Gaza, through West Bank. Jews are paying the Palestinians to get them out of Israel because they closed the door of the gate. Because they have the tunnels, they know how to get out, they know how to come and go. And many people who built a good relationship, not just for the money, they're the people who help the Palestinians, now are basically paying with everything they have for the Palestinians through the tunnels and through their ways to get them out of Gaza to freedom. Many of these people coming out, they're just getting very fast. If you live in Europe, you see a lot of young people has been swept through these tunnels, through these lines, through Palestinians. Even though the Jews are killing them, these are the ones that live together. These are the old Jewish family connected to the Palestinians, are appearing in cities like Vienna. They're appearing in France, and they're shipping them out through their channels. The way Libyans and the rest came, now we see a large number of Jewish people appearing through help of the Palestinians, those who are real Jews and they really build the thing. And the funniest thing is, they don't become captured. They don't become prisoners. They don't become commodity. And the whole of the Palestinian group helps them to escape from the country which they created so much mayhem for them. And this is the beauty of it. In the recent past, I've seen a few, and even they fly out to arrange for these to come out. They are moving their brothers, the sisters, the mothers through the love and the connection they built with the Palestinians. And a strange thing is, none of them become prisoners. They go and capture the Israeli soldiers, but they make tunnels, they make arrangements no money transferred. Palestinians refuse to accept money to transfer these Jewish people out of Palestine. They pay for it with love and with care. And we see it. And in the past few weeks, we see more and more Israeli refugees across Europe than anywhere else. But we used to see the Palestinians, we used to see the Lebanese and Libyans and the rest. That's part of the enlightenment. This shows the true side of each work. As one of the Jewish guys was saying to me, I'm just waiting for them to move me. And I wrote him, have you been moved yet? He said, I'm on the move. No money exchange. And they kill them with bombs, and they give them clear passage to those who serve them, so help with their brothers that live for centuries with each other, they know them. And I always say there's still a light left at the end of the tunnel for humanity.
Okay, so just to get the point across how patient our teacher has been with humanity, even to the point of impressing the other universal teachers in a recent meeting. So man is resistant to change. And this is why he's saying we want to change the man in a way without him even knowing. So when you say you're going to change somebody, if you say it to their face just on point of principle, they'll resist. What right do you have to change me? So we're very resistant to change. And as they said, it's easier to fool somebody than it is to convince them they have been fooled. And of course, most of us, all of us, I guess, have been fooled into this structure that we're operating in and the rest of it. So have patience with your neighbor, with yourself, with humanity, that the change has to come gradually. And man just has that way. You're not going to change me unless I decide to change myself. But apparently things going on in the background will help to bring this change without people even knowing they're being changed. And this is what's happening in the workshops and in the trials that the Keshe Foundation is offering. And it's helping, of course, to keep the foundation free and for the team to develop the technology in a deeper way. Any thoughts on that? All right, I think we should go to the announcements if we can. And of course, we'll get a good picture of where we're proceeding this week. Of course, things change and they're very flexible within the Keshe Foundation to do that. But let's just go to the announcements from the 604, which again is a roadmap in the way they don't want to release everything, of course, because then others try to interfere with it. But this is about 12 minutes. Any thoughts or questions about being patient with your family, your neighbors, and the rest of the change, and bringing it through on the soul level rather than hitting someone over the head with the physicality, sort of with your words in a way, and bringing the change this way. This is the way it's going to happen. More and more people will become aware of it, and I think more and more people, depending on what happens on this planet, I was hearing how much energy, again, the sun is dumping into this planet. And of course, the core of the planet has to do something with that energies. And I guess there's other solar flares happening. And this is part of the change where the core releases certain energies that are needed here. And as we're in this environment, we absorb them. And we become elevated without us even knowing. So when you see a lot of these disasters or a number of them in a close period of time, just realize that the energy, this is all part of the going through this process of change for man. And it may be devastating in certain parts and maybe just smaller releases in other parts, but this is part of the process that's going on. So we see there's races coming here to enlighten us. The sun is playing a role in this. The Keshe Foundation systems are playing a role in this. So many factors are being touched to come together precisely at the correct point in time for the change to take hold. All right. Any thoughts, any questions, any comments? Please feel free. Everyone has a microphone. We're encouraging you to interact.
Okay, we're back again at the 604th Knowledge Seekers Workshop and ready to begin the second part. And but before we begin with questions, we have comments from Mr. Keshe. I'm sure he's got some updates and things he'd like to say before we begin. So please go ahead, Mr. Keshe.
As usual. Yes, thank you very much. We emphasize on increasing the number of the units, universal communication units we put out, that we can secure that no nation, no government, no person can dictate the position and think they're in position of dictating the future of humanity. In a way, every nation, every culture has an equal say. It has to come from knowledge seekers that it goes back to humanity. And as I said, we only respect things when we pay for it, unfortunately, in the race of the man. And secondly, we have put all resources into bringing these things one step at a time forward. We still have a long way to go, even though many of you working very hard on you purchase many to be given to the others and some you put yourself. We still need a large number of these to be spread. We have not reached the target we are looking for, and we need to. And as I said, there was some misunderstanding with the knowledge seekers. These units will start going out somewhere in September, October, in the batches of like 200, 250, because the 2 parts, 3 parts has to come together to be there. And then as we perfect the system, or if there's any glitches anywhere, in a large numbers after October, November, we'll start sending out where it's sort out if there's any problem, when it needs anything with that mass. As many of you have supported us, you can even tell us what to do. We received a number of knowledge seekers has bought 1 or 2 for themselves, and they're given 1 or 2 or 5 or 10 to be given to the other knowledge seekers. We receive requests from knowledge seekers, can we have 1 of them? We have units which are investment units, which means the person who's bought it wants to collect the coins as an income for the future. So the system is on you to run, has no return. We have donations which will be given to universities, and the income from it will generate funds for the university for research and development, not wages for what we call professors. Then we have those who want to be given to other knowledge seekers. That is the discretion of the Keshe Foundation. We have to explain to you, once you receive these parts, you're part of the structure of the Keshe Foundation. Every system comes with a card which identifies you. And every system in the background remotely controlled by the monitors, by the people who run the thing to understand everything is correct. We look at it this way. The data is secure, safe, but everyone has the data. So I don't need to steal the data to give something because I have access to the email or I have access to the knowledge of the Keshe Foundation or list of the knowledge seekers on it, because everybody has access to everything according to their need and time. We see this as a bigger structure plan for identifying man in 100, 200, 1,000 years from now, because then it collects, it converts into what I call universal system. In the next few months, we hope to start the process of what we call non-physical plasma memory chips, memory banks, which is enough to put all the knowledge of the man in one block. Collected through the system feeds to a master point created through the structure of the brain of the man, very much similar, and development of the further structure of it. I explained to you as before, I explain again if you haven't understood. In Keshe Foundation, in one of our research centers, we have managed to create continuously pico and below pico material.
Okay, as I suspected, this was in here, what he was mentioning about the pico and below pico. Alex? Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question for Alex on that. Can he explain, because he seemed to understand that pico sizes?
Sure. Do you want to pose your question, Ike?
Yeah, that's basically what is that? Alex, can you explain to me when it says below pico sizes? And I understand microchips are less, but is that like a physical application to that you can compare? I know we don't have it yet, but in terms of the structure, what do you think it looks like?
Remember when they, Alex, just a moment. Remember when they used to say something about having 1,000 angels dancing on the head of the pin? Well, this is very much, as he said, they're going to take the whole knowledge of man and put it on something so small, apparently you can't even see it, or they're going to build it together. I know he talked about this plasmatic cube, and then, of course, embedding it to make it, in a way, within your own structure. But Alex, what's happening here with this pico?
So Mark, in that case,
yes,
it's not physical anymore. If because we can see it, but there's no way to see something that small.
right. It's going to be like another brain, he was saying here. We can continue playing this, and we will. But maybe Alex would like to say something about this pico, and I don't even know how you would work at such a minute level.
Well, this is really coming to the crux of the problem, everybody, because we are crossing over from the physicality into the plasma reality. So first of all, the notion of a microchip is gone out the window, because already in terms of physicality, we are in the nanochips. But the pico is, another order of magnitude, actually 3 orders of magnitude, even smaller. And at that point in time, it is rivaling the mass of the atom. And the thing about the atom, when we look at it, we've never really seen the atom. The atom itself is in a plasmatic state. So the notion of how the atom is constructed with respect to its electron or proton relationship is really an interpretation of the energy fields as to how they're moving, and so we ascribed masses and relationships based on the periodic table of elements, because we've taken the virtual map, shall we say, the virtual map of the atomic structure, and overlaid it on the periodic table of elements by reducing it down to the lowest common denominator, which would be the atomic structure. And as we said, atom itself means uncut. That is the Latin meaning, a for un and tom for cutting. And so that becomes the minimum structure. And so if you can't cut it, what does that mean? That means it has to have a positive negative relationship, or in plasma science, we call it the magnetical gravitational relationship, which is the inertia field. And then at that point in time, when we look at in terms of physicality and how energy is exchanged, we talk about surface to volume ratios. And when I first learned about the plasma science, I mean, this was the first lesson, and I was, kind of indifferent about it, and then indignant about it, and then, I mean, it kept getting repeated and over, and it was kind of the, shall we say, the guide stone to understanding the science, whether it be physics or plasma reality. So the higher the surface to volume ratio, the higher the negative charge, and negative is the giver. So in terms of giving, the magnetical is giving. And in order to receive, it has to give first. So that sets up a direction of flow, a priority, and an intensity. And so we find that the smaller it goes, the more intense it is. And we know that is true because we have ignited the atomic bomb. So the atomic bomb has this enormous energy release, and it all starts from the atom, which is beyond the pico level. So when we talk about the plasma science and its truthful teaching, you need to have someone who's experienced with nuclear science, and we have as with Marin Keshe, the top scientist in that field, and he's only the top scientist because he's recognized the true understanding of the nuclear science. So, what is the difference between a gold bar or a uranium rod? And one is physical, but it doesn't radiate, whereas the uranium does radiate. And that radiation is akin to our essence, which is the soul. And so our radiation is manifest through the aura, through the soul of physicality. And so our radiation mimics the radiation given off by these radioactive materials. Why are they able to do that? That is because they are able to make a containment that has an extremely high negative charge. And so therefore, the rules of the surface to volume ratio apply. So the smaller it is, the higher the surface to volume ratio. So as we go from micro to nano to pico, and then beyond, we are now enlisting the services of higher and higher fields. How do you contain this field with an inertia field? And at what point do you reach that limit and then you cross that threshold? So we find that in terms of physicality, when we cross that threshold, the covalent bonding in our physical structure is totally destroyed, and so we get an explosion, and we pride ourselves on that explosive force. The thing is that when we look historically, we find that Hiroshima was the first demonstration of that explosive force by the humanity species. But it was not the first demonstration of the explosive forces of the nuclear science. So this is the lingering question that came out of World War II and is still lingering today. And so we're on the threshold of understanding our transgenerational ancestry and understanding that that knowledge is embedded within our RNA. Well, how big is the RNA? Well, the RNA has a structure in the genes, which is within the cell. And we know how tiny cells are because we need a microscope to see it.
Alex, sorry.
Yes.
That's one of my questions before you go away from it. So the cell, is it comparable to that size pico?
No, but the RNA is.
Okay, RNA is comparable to that. So, and that's if I'm looking at it as storage. So if
Right.
it's that size, there has to be a containment, right? There has to be a limit.
That's correct.
So if there's a containment, it has to have a shape.
That's correct.
Now, trying to figure out how the foundation would be able to build this and what the shape, or is it dynamic? It would take a structure to whatever is put on or used on.
I think other scientific organizations would like to know too, Ike, because the Keshe Foundation is the only scientific organization consistently working with or producing these pico and below materials on this planet at this time.
So, when you say to your favorite woman that I love you, that is in a containment and it's directed towards that person. So it is not, broadcast to every woman in your community. You're able to direct it, you're able to package it, and you're able to deliver it, but it's non-tangible. So perfecting the containment of the non-tangibility is where the plasma science is headed. So this is one of the reasons that it's confounding for a lot of knowledge seekers, because we're just trying to come to grips with GANs, which is gas as a nanosolid, and we have to understand that the exchange of energy with that solid and with the plasma is neighborly. But if that neighbor then moves on down the road and all it has to do is move 3 dimensions over, and now all the neighbors are in a plasmatic state. This just describes where the Keshe Foundation is in terms of the advanced science. We have advanced beyond the GANS technology, because we've used the GANS technology to demonstrate the power of the magnetical forces. So if we look at the basic nanocoding process, so the nano is a monatomic structure. What is the difference between the monatomic and the atomic structure? Well, the atomic structure has like a chain link. So with the atomic structure, we can build things like a copper wire. So the copper is made out of copper atoms, but they're all linked together physically. And so we can manifest that in physicality as a copper wire. But with the nanocoating, it is not linked. It's monatomic, and which means it's extremely tiny at the nanoscale. And so when we look at the coating on the nanocoated wire, even though we just see it as a tiny layer, with the electron microscopes, we could see that there are 30 to 40,000 layers in that layer that we think that, we could just scratch with our fingernail, if you will. And that is because of the monatomic structure. But then the question is, how does this monatomic structure stay together? So there is a covalent bond that is in there, in the gap, but that is non-tangible, that is non-physical. And that is not only what keeps the nano-coated monatomic structure together, but it also sets the limit between the nano-coated structures. So they come together at a certain prescribed distance, and they stay apart at a certain prescribed distance. That balance between the attraction and the repulsion is the nano gap. And that nano gap is consistent because the nanocoating is consistent because it's on a prescribed monatomic basis. Then when you go into the GANs, it too is on a monatomic basis, but it is a herd of nanoparticles. So they come together in a structure, a containment field, if you will, and each and every point on the GANs is a nano point. But now when you bring it all together, then it has a collective energy that is equivalent to nuclear radiation. Then you take, to go to the plasmatic level, it has to further expand to maintain that containment. But it does maintain that containment, but in a non-tangible way. So it maintains its field and it maintains its strength, but it is amplified by many orders of magnitude, because within that field, you have now incorporated many, many, many points. And they are then within that containment on a pico basis, and then they go beyond. We have seen the pico stars in the nano coating. So if we are going to go into the non-tangible, we have to go beyond the pico. And the light itself does travel beyond the pico. And in the plasma science, we call the PM tick. So that PM tick is also a containment field. And so every containment field has to have a magnetical gravitational relationship which delineates its inertia field. So when you understand that that containment can be extremely tiny and can be conveyed as a PM tick, then you understand how the rules of surface to volume ratios apply. And this is why the PM ticks are flying all over the place throughout the outer space at enormous speeds, so that that energy is always in motion. And if you want to capture it, well, you have to set up a pattern of a containment field. And then you have to have a common denominator so you can prescribe what it is that you engage with, and that engagement has to come at that energy level, and that energy level operates at a very high level. So those who are into fear mongering cannot achieve that level. And part of their fear mongering is the internal fear that they have that they will lose their power once they elevate to that level. So they don't want to do that. And this is what is limiting man's evolution. But in truth, we have already evolved to that higher level. We just have to be aware that that is there. And then the question then becomes is, where did we fall off the tracks? And how do we get back on? And so that's the challenge that we're all facing. And that is a question that each and every one of us has to ask every day and every minute of every day. And the only way that we can measure our progress is to understand what is our position and our purpose and how are we exchanging energy. So is the conclusion of the day better for our having been here than at the start of the day? And if the answer is yes, then we are universal contributors. And the answer is no, well, then we are indulging in the fear mongering that is holding us back. Not an easy question, Ike.
Would anyone else like to come in on this? Mosfeq, I know you've had some background and I'm sure you've thought about this for a while. You know, we never touched the nanomaterial, right, Alex, because that can absorb directly through the skin.
Well, exactly, because everyone has a cell phone, and magically we activate that cell phone with our magic finger.
So if we had a plasma chip at a very, very small, this could easily be embedded just by some process. Again, he said they're replicating the work of the brain, but he's also talked about embedding things behind the ear or in other places on the man. And this sounds like the right fit for that. A connection without wires, so to speak. Chips without connection. Mosfeq, I think you had your mic open. Would you like to add something to our understanding, please?
This is a kind of our limitation in the physical dimension. Alex is actually quite aptly pointing that in that way, is that once we are in the energy state, we are no longer restricted by nano, pico, and all these scales, because space is dynamic. We can create any level of space, whether it is some million miles or some picomiles. It doesn't matter. So, you know, it's kind of like we have to think outside of space and time. So in a way, we can create, like in let's say in case of atomic structure, as Alex was talking about holding the atoms together, there is a certain attraction or gravitation, and then there is certain repulsion or magnetical. So we have a certain field structure there to hold our atomic molecular structures of various material. Now, is there organization in scale at a level below that? Yes, that's inside the atom. The orbits of electrons are at a more, at a, what do you call it, at a tighter scale. And within the electron, could there be more? Well, we have to explore some other time, perhaps. But the basic idea is that what Alex was pointing out is the containment. You contain things within a certain bound, and you create separation to create various materials. So this applies at any level. Our body is contained, our cellular structures are contained in a certain scale. Our body, our organs are contained in a certain scale, attraction, repulsion. So this is how we build things. This is how the creation happens. You know, an organization of material let's say copper. You have the atomic structure, then within the atom you have the electron-proton structure, which is at a different scale. But these are different kinds of containment. And then we have the solar system, which is another level of containment. But and then there is the other aspect of containment, which is the temporal containment, which we are learning about time, because you know our isotopes give us a very good idea of containment, because you know in the isotope scale we can absorb energy, or we have decay of energy, and there we see stable atoms or stable configuration of atoms because they don't decay very much. So they have a long half-life. And as we move in energy level, either we have more magnetical or more gravitational, we have, in one case, we lose energy. And by that way, we have a shorter life because the half-life is less. And in another case, we absorb energy. And in that case, by absorbing energy, we turn into something else. So that's also half-life less from the stable condition. So same thing with our life. Our life decays because of various conditions, our mental state, our environmental state. But if we can sustain those energies, much like a stable atom, then we will live as long as we want. So, basic structure is that we have containment in space and time, and both are controlled by magnetic fields. So once we kind of move away from space-time, pico, nano, million miles and all that, or million years to like microseconds, leave those aside and think in terms of gravitational magnetic field, then we're in a much better position to handle all of these. So anyway, just something that we are used to. So, and sometimes, we have to talk in terms of our conventions of million miles or million years and things like that. But in the end, we can get past this and go to zero time and zero space. And from there, we can go to any scale. So anyway, just I have to leave because I have another class. Actually, I'm 1 minute late. But in any case, I hope this kind of makes some sense. But it's temporal spatial containment through magnetic gravitational field. If we think in that way, then scale doesn't matter. I hope this helps a little bit, and I will see you another time.
Thanks for dropping by.
Thank you so much.
Yes. And I know Mr. Keshe said years ago that there was a whole world of science below nano, but he said man is not ready for it yet. Perhaps we're starting to get ready. Again, he's telling you what he's doing, but he's not telling you how he's doing it at this point. So we're trying to just get the understanding of what's going on here. But it does sound, we always go for the bigger and the stronger, but I remember him saying that the creator is small, weak, and a giver, which again, totally confounds us. And this is what I think he showed in Beijing, and this is what he's showing with these sort of materials, that the creation starts from small and weak and builds up from there rather than the Big Bang, where everything sort of explodes, cools down, and coalesces. So again, we're into a science beyond the comprehension of the man, but not beyond the comprehension of the Keshe Foundation. As he said, as I said earlier, and as Mr. Keshe said, they're the only scientific organization on this planet consistently producing these materials. We have about 6 minutes left in the announcements, and then we'll go to the Dome of Peace. Any other thoughts or questions anyone would like to share about this? As Mr. Keshe said in the last workshop, this is the cutting edge of science, or the pinnacle at this point of science, probably across the universe as well, at least in some universes. There may be others who obviously do understand this, but again, he's teaching not for the man, as he said, he's teaching for the universe, and we're part of that. So let's go back and just finish up these announcements. Feel free to stop it if you have a question or want to make a comment. Again, any other thoughts on this before we go forward?
As I said before, today's microchips works on 3 nano. We have gone 10 to the minus of 6 below nano, which at this point it's a dynamic structure like the brain of the man. We can produce this material continuously. We developed it perfected the art. And in this process, it allows us to create chips without connection, create memory bank without any wiring, the way the brain of the man is. We have broken into the knowledge of the creation of the brain of the man, or memory system control system. Rapid evolution, future assessment and reaction, and data protection of the data you need to know. There are no switches on and off. It's all done with the emotion. The present system we see, AI system control, they are just a child placing in what to come in the coming years. You will understand if 3 nano chip can create such a creature, what would 10 to the minus 6 of this nano will create in response. All this needs research, development, needs time, and secondly, needs for man to understand. We carry on with this process. We will develop this process as we go along and as we expand the knowledge. And so we try to open your eyes, not to follow blindly, understand what you do will change, will bring the change. We brought the new equipments past 2 or 3 years to test to get to what we do, what we have. And now is next step of the development, and we need a lot of support. We need mass support into developing this technology into its next step, not just by knowledge seekers, but by scientists from around the world, which will initiate very soon in a different dimension and direction. Hopefully, if we receive enough support that we can cover the 2000 by early 2026, will we manage to start the process faster in changing a lot of things in even the structure of governments. I'll explain before, I explain more. As we test the process of the cash coins, and we encourage you to take these units up, we will explain to you a lot of other things that will come with it, which becomes part of the structure of the governing through the emotion and the soul of the man, and governing the physicality of the man with borders. Collectively moving in that direction, not structured and decided by Illuminatis or governments or whatever. And then is in the hand of all of us that everyone knows. If you are in cryptocurrency, you understand exactly what it means, but we bring crypto emotion, which means every transaction is recorded, you can trace it back, you can trace back who started, where we can change, and who is doing what in the energy level that we can change. In a way, we use part of the technology of the cryptocurrency in bringing, with the new technologies, the same dimension to the knowledge of the man. Everybody has access to all the knowledge, everybody has access to all the energies, and then you see the change. Maybe 3 to 5 years, we'll see the beginning, physical changes, but the whole process has started. Those of you who are on the screen, you'll see the honey guy is back again. He's got this pot on the table, and we can see it on the screen. You've been fed again with honey in the past half an hour. What did you feel? How did you feel about honey in the past 3 weeks, 4 weeks? Has your eating habit has changed? Because honey is the essence of many nourishments, covers the spectrum of. Has anything changed in your eating habit? Have you changed emotion? Has anybody told you changed? And then look what vitamin C change brings about in your physical condition, and what does honey bring when you eat the honey, whatever. Has anything changed in that side? Do you sleep better? Look at the effects of honey, lavender, and what you had as a
Anyone notice any changes they'd like to share? I know some people are a little bit shy, and that's okay too, but we want to give the opportunity if anyone wants to share. Otherwise, we continue.
use in what we call vitamin C, which is one of the best antioxidants. Has anything changed? Then let us know. We are playing the same game with you today, and I hope you enjoy the honeypot. We'll let you ask any question you like, and we try not to answer it the correct way, because then we answer everything. Rick, if you would like.
That was funny. He said we try not to answer it the correct way. So as he said, we're just playing with you. But again, we're being brought along precisely the correct way, as he's had the experience and is well seasoned in bringing an entire civilization into the bigger family, or what we call the universal community. Thank you, Mr. Keshe. Thank you, Alex, Ike, and Mosfek, everyone who contributed or everyone who's thought about this. Shall we go to create the Dome of Peace, which is another ongoing process within the Keshe Foundation? Let's see if we can bring that up. And of course, we have two little clips here that we usually play. And one is to use the Gans waters, something for the physicality to do to bring the change. And of course, the Brazilians also have that. This is the Sunday operation where we release Gans waters, and you can release the Gans waters in every way or shape or form you like, whether it's spraying it or releasing it down the pipes, or putting it in your car, in your windshield washer. But collectively, we're doing this either at 12 p.m. or 6 p.m. CEST time for releasing the Gans water, something for the physicality to do. And the Brazilians made this little background. And of course, there's also another background for the daily intentions, where we use the collective power of the souls to do the same work we're doing in the physicality, but on a different dimension. So let's hear the first step, which is again just releasing Gans waters into the environment. They know where to go, they know what to do, and they bring balance and peace into the environment that they're in. Somehow they have that sort of intelligence built within them, or intellect.
By taming.
Okay, sorry, that was the wrong one. We'll start with this one. All right, let's bring our volume back up.
I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I will
With a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Thank you, Stefania. And as you've noted, as we see here, we're doing it collectively. And it's the same way when we use our souls. And why is that? Because together we're more powerful. We have a wider spectrum of fields. So that's the first step in creating the Dome of Peace. And as Mr. Keshe sort of jokingly mentioned, this is the way you take over a planet at the time. Now we go to the second step of the Dome of the Peace, or creating the Dome of Peace, which is the power, collective power of the souls. And of course, you can join the Brazilian team as well, which they have another background for this. In a way, every Wednesday you can join them, but you can also join them every day at the different times. The daily intentions at 1 a.m. Central European Time or 2 a.m. On Wednesday, it's at 6 p.m., as I understand it. And this is where we use the collective power of the souls. You can join on the Telegram or one of these other sites that are listed below and connect in with this group and be part of the change using the power of the soul. You don't have to do any sort of physical work in this, as you do with the making of the GANs and releasing the GANs waters. And of course, we can do it not only once a time, but start to do it all the time as you keep these emotions or this elevation in the back of your mind or the back of your brain, and then use it to give to the soul of the world leaders that they become elevated in this process. So this is the second step, and you can participate in one, you can participate in the other, or you can participate in both as you choose, which way it pleases you. So we thank the Brazilian team for their steadfastness in continuing this process. So let's go back to this one, and we will just adjust the volume. And thank you, Stefania, and thank you, Shweta.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. Here? Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. MD Keshe.
Thank you again, Shweta. And again, we're just creating these emotions or these energies to feed to the world leaders on a regular basis, maybe even a continuous basis or intermittent at least. And I don't think we need the silence. You're creating those emotions, you're keeping them in your mind, and you're giving them periodically as you're touched in a way to do that. But of course, you can do it any way it pleases you. So we're not going to take 2 minutes of silence. We're just going to take a moment and just give and hold those energies or those thoughts in the back of your mind that you can bring them up and give them again. Many times it doesn't cost anything, and as he said, the physicality is not involved in this energy process. So you can be multitasking and still take part in the entire process, and it all depends on the way it pleases you. So you don't have to do it in any particular way, but continue to do it, not just once a week, but do it all the time if you can. Now, Randy has mentioned something here. Isn't ascorbic acid, vitamin C, part of the amino acid family? And perhaps that was in there before I saw it. Anyone want to comment on that? Or perhaps we'll wait for Alex's Q&A session before we answer that question. Anyone want to answer it now? As I was saying as well, that this process of the continued continuous elevation happens every day at 9 p.m., either CET or CEST. And again, there's no formal meeting. We're just gathering together. The way Mr. Keshe sort of met the Universal Teachers Council on the energy level, he said. And the souls were speaking in a way. So this is, we're doing a very similar process. We're gathering together at 9 p.m. If you're not on Central European Summertime or CET, adjust your time and know when that time comes together, and we all unite and spread the fields of peace and love and kindness to the soul of the others who need it. Again, we're not forcing, we're just creating that. And of course, it's all part of teaching us to work on this energy level, or to work in our true nature, which is non-physical. So this is what it is. You can explore it, start to practicing. Never thought we could elevate our own souls or elevate others. I thought it was all sort of preset in a way, but now we know we can change things. And it's much easier working through this energy dimension than if you physically had to try to bring the change. And this is the way we're operating in the Keshe Foundation, at least within the Universal Council and some of the others. So we bring the change through energy. Just the way I was thinking this morning, I saw this glass bottle on the counter, and I said, you know, if I had the right energies, that glass could transmute into steel. It would just show another face. That's all. As Mr. Keshe said, I can take tap water and within seconds it becomes radioactive. It just shows another face. All the energies are there for the glass to show itself as steel, but I don't know how to, in a way, introduce that environment to the glass to make it, in a way, transmute. But within the Keshe Foundation, we have this understanding, and this is what's happening. They're actually, in a way, bringing what the universe, energies the universe was supposed to bring but didn't provide. And this is part of the elevation of the soul of the man. So thank you all for continuing this process, and in a way laying the groundwork or the bridge for the others to cross in the future. And that's what we're doing. If we see it, great. If we don't, we're part of the universal community, and I'm sure we'll still be giving back to this planet if the process hasn't completed by then. So thank you all. And I think it's time to bring, it's past time to bring Alex in. Hopefully he's still with us. I'm sure he is. We want to thank you, and we do appreciate your presence, Alex, and sharing the knowledge that you'd like to share with us. If you're in the background, you can take over the screen. And there you have it.
And good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for leading the pack here, Mark. Fabulous job as always. And let's see if we can get this business done. And here we go.
Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Keshe American Knowledge Team meeting. This is part of the North American education process. And I'm glad you're all here to join us on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. But let's remember, it's not a beautiful Sunday in all parts of the world. Fortunately, for us here as panelists, we are right now in a good position, and we need to use this position to answer some very important questions in our lives. Questions that many of us probably were afraid to ask. And in the end, the question we will always ask is why are we afraid to do that? And I guess maybe the answer is we're afraid to find out what the answer is. Maybe it's not something that we want to hear. Maybe it's something that disrupts our warm and fuzzy world. But our world is our world, and you cannot extricate yourself from this world. So it's a lot better to accept the reality. And so we wonder, what exactly is that reality? And so what we've been trying to do is to teach that. So here we are. We are, this is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teaching some plasma science. We are plowing through the advanced nanotech series. We're going to discuss consumption today. My name is Alexander. It is August the 24th of 2025, and this is a part of the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So as we know, this is all a continuation of what we've tried to do, is distill the knowledge into bite-sized pieces. And these bite-sized pieces have really accumulated into a lot of them. And so we have to try and keep, shall we say, track of what we've been talking about, but we can't stand still. We have to move forward, because that's what the universe is always doing. The universe is mimicking energy. That energy is always in motion, and so we need to keep in motion. And the thing is, in that process, we don't want to leave anyone behind. So what we're endeavoring to do is to demonstrate what is the current science and how do we describe that, not only for our benefit and our understanding, but also to bridge that gap from those who have absolutely no clue as to what's going on based on their position in life at this point in time. So many are coming awake to the process, and in that process, we are starting to realize that we are consumers. And this is good. It's good for business. And in that process, as consumers, we consume other things. But one of the things that we have had to come to a realization is that we are part of that consumption process as well. So as we consume, we also become consumed. And how does that sit with you exactly? How does that change your point of view? So we've been trying to describe that in the terms of plasma science as given by Marin Tavakoli Keshe, shown in book number 1, The Universal Order of Creation of Matter. So let's talk about that matter, which is antimatter, dark matter, and plasma matter, and which we call the plasma matter as antimatter, and the matter is part of our physical existence. So if we are looking at our physical existence, clearly from this particular picture, we see that we're only looking at one small piece of the pie. And there are other parts of the pie, and who is going to explain it to us? Who is going to teach us? And generally speaking, we depend on our elders to teach us. But our elders are talking about, as we see in book number 2, the structure of the light. And we say, well, let there be light. But where did that light come from? And since the energy is always in motion, that means the light is always in motion, and where is it going? So all we see is what we see, and what we see is what we get. But there's more. And so we look at book number 3, The Origin of the Universe, and we say, hey, wait a second. That light seems to have broken up into 2 different universes. How is that possible? Because when you're looking at the origin of the universe, uni is singular, and yet here we are splitting up into the duality. And that duality consists of our little tiny perfect world, which we call man's universe. And it's even tinier than that because we're only one speck in that universe. And we're one speck on that speck we call Earth space. So we are a speck on a speck in a sea of energy that's representative of a small speck compared to our sister universe, which is much larger. And do we have to quantify it? Or can we just say, well, there's more? And yes, we can. So we find that we are one planet, one nation, one race. And for 392 weeks, the members of the Universal Council, headed by Rick Crammond, as host, has been trying to teach publicly that we are part of a universe. And so we have our Universal Council that is trying to join us with the rest of the Universal Council. And how do we know that there is a rest of the Universal Council? Because clearly we have our own tiny dot, which we call our universe. And so there's this vast other universe, and we don't know much about it. And we shouldn't be content with that. We should explore it. Why not? Isn't that how we discovered America? We discovered America in 1492. That's what Columbus said. And I think the only thing we discovered is that there's something wrong with our educational system when we claim discovery by discovering people who were there before us. So who is the discoverer? I think we only discovered our limitations. And those limitations are embedded in some of the commandments. So we started with 10 commandments. Why do we need commandments? And then we add another 14 for a total of 24 commandments, and the question still isn't answered. Why do we need the commandments? But one of those commandments is thou shalt not lie. And I keep bringing that point up because we seem to think it's all right to lie because we can fool some of the people. But the worst thing is when we try and fool ourselves. And if you're trying to fool yourself, that is an impossible task, because to claim that you are telling the truth when in fact you're telling a lie, you can only do that by being aware. So you cannot lie to yourself. It's the nature of lying. And you can't extricate yourself from the universe. That's the nature of the universe. So why are we having this problem with the plasma rule where the higher strength feeds the weaker strength? Because we're dominated by the higher strength eats the weaker strength. And in so doing, we create this conflict point. But in the science, we have to understand that this conflict point is actually a binding zone. And in terms of physicality, that creates a density manifestation. So it takes 2 to create this inertia. The magnetical gravitational field forces come together as an inertia. and in its physicality, it is more dense, and therefore it is a binding zone of energy, which is a manifestation. And so we live our lives with this energy binding, and it is self-serving. That's very important, because who cares more about you than you? And it doesn't matter what anyone says. If you don't care about yourself, you've really got a problem. So the self-serving nature of the energy binding is really important, because that's your dimension point. But when we start to do it at the expense of others, which is one of the acquired methods that we have on this planet, but then we run into another type of conflict, because whoever we're stealing and lying and cheating is also seeking self-serving energy binding. And if they're getting robbed, then they have a deficiency. So if you have a deficiency, that means you're becoming consumed. And if we are binding at the expense of others, that means we are the consumer. And if we are the consumer, what logic prevails where you can claim that you are not being consumed? Because part of the process of consuming is really what consumes us all. Because we have attributed that as the fundamental to our existence. And what we want to consume is to have enough food to eat. And we want to have enough food to provide for our family to eat. And so that becomes the all-consuming activity, if you will. And so in that process, we become heavily consumed, to the point where this is something that we constantly seek. And this is one of the reasons that we call ourselves the fallen angels, because in the process of falling, we scientifically call that the angular momentum, which equals the moment of inertia times the angular velocity. And this angular momentum is conserved through the laws of conservation of energy. So, but as we are falling, we are increasing density. We increase the pressure, we increase gravity. But the overall result is that we have increased dependence on the Earth's space feeding. And so in that process, we want to consume more, right? Some is good, more is better. And now we've achieved a turning point where we're looking at the source of this service. And the question is, like, do we turn it back or do we turn it forward? So if the future is from today forward, then the past is from today backward. And that is the question. Where do we get this binding energy? Is it from our backward source? Or is it from our hive mind? Which really, really exemplifies common purpose. But how do we achieve this turning point? So we have teaching. There's today's teaching, there's a historical teaching, there's ancestral teaching. And every time you learn something, that becomes a turning point, because it teaches you what you didn't know. And then you have to take into account how that affects you. Well, the question really becomes is, where is that threshold where you have achieved that turning point? Where exactly was that? And the answer seems to be, well, it's shocking to me, and it may be shocking to you, because a lot of our knowledge comes from books. And books have an author. But the kind of books that most of us are preoccupied with is the books written by a bookkeeper. And so we talk about incomes and expenses in business. But in the business of life, we can relate to this bookkeeping practice. We can see that the gravitational income minus the magnetical expense equals the inertia point. And at that point, you see your threshold, where equals that threshold. And so if it's profit, you're on one side, and if it's a loss, well, you're on the other side. But that also depends on your point of view, doesn't it? So here we are, we're having a heightened perception. And what does that mean? That heightened perception refers to awareness. And many of us are awakened, but not the kind of awaken that you get up in the morning, so, well, I'm awake now. It's awakening to a different point of view, and to see our physicality as a self-serving need. That's an easy perception to have. That's something that we've been taught since childhood. But these self-serving teachings may come from self-serving schools. So there's always the implication or the assumption that these teachings are for our benefit. They need to be flavored, they need to be flowered, they need to be dressed up as being in our favor, as to be for our benefit. But as we see, the energy binding that we need for self-serving purposes has to be true to ourselves. So we either recognize through awareness the benefits of these teachings, or we have to seek other teachings. But let's face it, we are the students. So before we can make any kind of comment, we need to learn a lot. And then we need to have the maturity and the physical and practical experience to discern how effective our teachings are. So fundamentally, I think we all agree that if you go to the school of business, you will learn how to go bankrupt. Life teaches you how to survive. And that school is priceless. So why does that school of life differ from the schools that we have been brought up with? Because we have come to that threshold. Threshold is like a tipping point. And one of the advantages that we have of maturity and experience is that it gives us memory. That memory helps us learn. But there is a short-term memory and a long-term memory. And our memory seems to be long in our lifetime. But our lifetime, in terms of the universe, is very short. So how do we connect to the real memory? And that is the purpose of life, is to achieve the freedom and emancipation that connects you to the memory. Well, what memory are we talking about? Well, the memory that teaches us how to get the energy that we need to exist. Why are we depending on those self-serving needs of energy binding at the expense of others? And if it's just lying, cheating, and stealing, oh, what about loosh harvesting? Because loosh harvesting is an extremely efficient energy sapping methodology. And that could be done with a single-minded intention, or that can be conveyed as a hive mind intention. But at that point in time, that would have to be an intention of lying. And the hive mind would have to accept that as the truth. So the manifestation of that particular intention can be carried by the hive, as long as it accepts that teaching as being truthful. But the truth of the matter is that we're consumers. And so the subject today is consumption. And in simple terms, we are addicts to food. So the consumption can be gracefully described as consumption, but in reality, it's an addiction. But there's a goal with respect to that food, and that is to have energy. So in the pursuit of that energy, we have to make a choice. And as a famous actor by the name of Russell Crowe said, be the grip, not the star. Why? Because the star is involved with loosh consumption. In other words, heap praise, give me applause, overwhelm me with adulation, idolize me. So we find that this adulation is consumed by praise and idolatry. You want to be the star. You're getting all the attention and praise from others. And why do you get that? Because there is a lack. There's a lack that you have if you require this adulation. And there's a lack of those who give it to you because they are living their lack through their vicarious adulation of you. So you become their role model. You become their idol. You become what they strive for. And that is consuming. So here we are with the Keshe Foundation. We're trying to give this vitality enhancement, and this includes the emotional and physical aspect. And we need to recharge. And we can do it the regular way, or we can do it the super way. And we find that when you do it the super way, you're doing things at many orders of magnitude more effectively. But as the last man standing, because you are the one who is responsible for your self-serving energy binding needs, you need to make a plasma deal. And you have to choose at least two. That's right. You have to choose a magnetical door and a gravitational door. But when you're limited in your choices, which doors do you choose? And what is the criteria? And when you don't have enough information and you don't have enough knowledge, how can you make that deal? So we are constantly making these deals in our brains because we have the coming together of the emission of the x-axis and the emission of the y-axis and the absorption of the z-axis. Isn't that right? So the emission is magnetical and the absorption is gravitational. And we say, okay, well, we have two hemispheres of the brain. Well, which one do we choose? Well, you can't choose one. You have to choose both because both work together. And what do these two both work together? Well, they work together with the physicality, which is an entirely different subject. So when we look at this vertical alignment, as we've shown in the 603rd Knowledge Seekers Workshop, and we see the results of the fields that are emanating from us, and we see the magnetical source and the gravitational result, and the combination of the two being a process of inertia conversion. Well, what is this conversion? This is an exchange of energy. And so this energy has to follow a pattern. And so we can understand from a polar energy that we have a magnetical emission and we have a gravitational absorption. And so we see these charges, how they are affected by the rotation of the field, the speed, the strength, and the direction of flow of charges which are in motion all the time. But the thing that we have to see is that there's always a balance where the magnetic and gravitational fields are balanced. Either they're balanced through the poles or they're balanced through the field. And in order to be balanced, there has to be a relationship, and it can't have a relationship if there's no motion, because if that relationship is made by that motion, which tells you that it's coming from somewhere and going to somewhere. And in that process, then there has to be a relationship of the magnetical and gravitational field flow where one is emitting, and then that has to be reversed and flipped over where one is receiving. So the giving and the receiving has to be in balance. Well, at some point, there has to be this crossover, and we call it the vanishing point. Because at that point, if it's completely balanced, it becomes invisible. But that is not the only point of invisibility, because what we call transmission is the verification point, and what we call transition is the validation point. Our transmutation is that point of existence. And so that position is limited because we have imposed limitations on our soul. And those limitations are based on our confirmation. Well, our point of existence doesn't need confirmation. It's our perception that we need that confirmation, because it's that perception that we're lacking. And so therefore we are consuming that perception, because if the perception is lacking, then it needs to be supplemented, doesn't it? So there's a supplementation from our soul and the supplementation from our soul of physicality. And what we see, oh, there it is, there's the physicality. So as we give more and then we exchange more, then we find that we are giving more and we are becoming more. So now we understand how these things work. And we understand what the difference is between these various highways, which we call the transmission highway, elevated to the transition highway, and our goal plan is to elevate to the transmutation highway. Why? Because that's how energy moves. It moves along the transmutation highway in an unconditional manner. And so when we have a conditional matter, then we impose a frequency, we impose a pressure, we impose a temperature, and all these good things. And we've seen how these things can be imposed because we created the cups of life. We utilized the nanocoating process of the monatomic science to demonstrate how we can go into GANs production, which reflected our inner space, our emotional strength, and our physical strength. But it was a strength that was manifest as a plasma energy. And we could dictate those terms. And so we created these cups of life. But we also created different ganses. And so we could create different cups of life that produced carbon dioxide GANs, calcium GANs, zinc and copper GANs, water GANs, and amino acid GANs. Really, ganses of all sorts. And now we produced gold GANs. Well, why is that such a difficult thing to understand? Because each cup has a magnetical gravitational relationship, and then each cup has a soul. So when we bring an emotional cup and a physical cup and a soul cup together, collectively, they represent a magnetical gravitational force field with a soul. And so getting back to our brain, we see that the convergence of the hemispheres, where one is emotional and one is physical, and then one is connected to the universe. Now we look at the cup of the universe and we see how that works. And that brings us together to this gravitational manifestation of our physicality. So now we see how the fields or the three dimensions are coming together and how they manifest into something tangible. Well, now we understand how the earth manifests into these tangible elements, because the earth did the same thing, brought together through the Grand Central Earth GANS stations, where we have the ganses of all of these different minerals, and we're able to bring them into tangible physicality. And we demonstrated this because on May the 10th in Beijing, we demonstrated how we could create gold. And so we find that men are not the only gold diggers. We created a nanocoating alignment. We're discussing nanotech. And that alignment created a field alignment. So we had a magnetical field and we had a gravitational inertia point. And then we had the concept of the twinity, where we had 2 points of the nanotech. And then we proceeded to go even smaller with 2 points of the picotech. And then we combine these smaller points into 2 points of a star tech. And so this is the concept of the twinity of the nanotechnology. And so as we move through this advanced nanotech understanding, we find that to go from level to level, we have to go from orders of magnitude. So as we go above one, we go in many orders of magnitude to the mega, the giga, the tera, or we go below one to the nano, the pico, and beyond. And each of these is a turning point. We have many multiple turning points, but each one is a magnetical gravitational relationship, and each one coming together is a maggrav inertia field. So this has to balance out, and we have to take into account things that we can't see. So now, when we look at the conservation of energy, we really have to say that's a conservation of inertia, because it's a bringing together of the magnetical gravitational field forces. So as they converge together, each one has a degree of susceptibility, and this is all part of the maggrav energy transfer states, which means that we can transfer from one side of the equation to the other, or we can transfer from state to state. So here we have three states: the atomic state, the nanostate, and the GAN state. And in order to balance any equation, we have to be able to transcend the different energy states. and each point becomes a turning point. And the highest that we've been able to measure has been the pico point. But now we've gone beyond, because we're beyond the physicality. We're abandoning the GANS states. We're into understanding the basic star components. They have a magnetical field and a gravitational field, and therefore they have a relationship. And in that process, they have a gravitational containment that becomes another point of view in between the magnetical and gravitational extremes. Well, this is where we found the GANS point, which within itself, it had a containment that was magnetical and gravitational. So it's a containment within a containment. And then, of course, then we add more stars. And then they have to have a relationship in terms of polarity. And so when they come together, you have these 2 points of view. And if you look one way and then you look at the other way and you say, oh, well, you know, which one do I have to look at? Well, as we said, when you're picking the doors, you have to choose 2. And so when these 2 come together, you have to start to understand that there is a binding point of view where you bring the loose ends together. And so these loose ends appear like terminal ends, but they don't just end there. We're just looking at this binding point of view. So we have to understand that these loose ends are actually connected to something. And if we can't see that, then we don't recognize that they're connected. How can you answer the question, are you connected to the energy coming in or the energy going out? You can't even see the energy. How can you determine this? Well, the one thing you can determine is that becomes a binding point. And so wherever it is, there it is. And so that becomes a dynamic plasma relationship where the coming together of the horizontal transmission and the vertical transition gives you this Earth space point of view. And this Earth space point is within an Earth space field. And we operate exactly the same way. So we have this internal energy and we have this external field that goes around. But that energy is always in motion. So at some point it's magnetical and some point it's gravitational. But these relationships have to be taken into account at that time. And so depending on that point of view, depending on whether it's a feeding radiance or a feedback radiance, the poles have to flip in order to keep the thing moving. So they're not only moving along one path, but they're flipping along as they go. And obviously, the faster they flip, the more they rotate. And so now you can see how we can have a containment that is containing more energy, because more and more energy is being consumed in that process. And so we look at these different points of view, and then when they come together, they have to manifest as an overall point of view, because that becomes the new gravitational inertia point. That becomes the new turning point. So even though you have all of these individual points along the way, the entire picture becomes one overall viewpoint. And so when you start to add these various viewpoints together, now you have a different kind of inertia point containment, because these fields are now overlapping. And at that point in time, they start to differentiate because they have a uniqueness in terms of position. And you are excluding and including certain things. And so when we talk about this inertia point hive, we have these connections where they connect through one dimension, two dimensional, or three dimensional, or star dimensional. And you say, well, which one is it? And where are you as the observer? Well, the answer, of course, is that you are part of all of these dimensions because you cannot extricate yourself from this. Your point of view is either within or without, but you're always a part. You cannot be not part of the universe. That is an impossibility. So therefore, we have to understand this concept of duality where we have these 2 points. They work together in tandem as a partnership. And so in order to support a roof, you have to have 2 pillars. And that's how you create things. So the motion is actually part of the creation. So we call one part of creation natural creation. We call another part of creation, well, natural decay. So if we understand that in terms of creation, there's a combination of the natural creation and natural decay that constitutes natural creation. But there's also a part that has a natural decay and a natural creation that constitutes a natural decay part. And so when you have these 2 parts, the creation and the decay, come together, there is a boundary that's in between. And that boundary is the threshold that has this bonding field. That bonding field exists because in order to have creation, you have to have that decay. In order to have this inertia field, you have to have the magnetical and you have to have the gravitational. That is all part of the ray creation. But there's a problem on this planet. So collectively, all of these natural creation and natural decay fields and how they come together, in order to maintain their existence, they have to be able to exchange energy. And so the way the universe does it is catalytically. And what better example of that is than the sun? The sun comes up every day and it gives and it takes. And the more it gives, the more it can take. And of course, the sun gives an abundant amount of energy, and it does this unconditionally. So here we are, each and every one of us, as a bundle of energy, receiving energy from the sun and giving back this energy to the sun. And of course, the more we give, the more we take. So wouldn't it be wonderful if we worked the way the universe worked, except for what we mentioned before, is we are consumers. And in the process of being consumers, we are also being consumed. And the unfortunate reality is that we are shortchanging ourselves. Because in our overall consumption of our physical existence on this planet, we are overcommitted to drawing energy from the natural decay process. And it's diminishing our vitality emotionally and physically by 20%. Just it's an arbitrary figure. Some are more and some are less. But the fact of the matter is, we seem to represent this consumption as being all and everything that we need. And if that were true, then we would walk around with a feedback all day long, wouldn't we? Because we'd want to consume all day long, wouldn't we? We'd want to eat all day long. We'd want to drink all day long. Or we'd want to lie, cheat, and steal all day long. Whatever we can do to facilitate the consumption requirements of our physical existence, totally ignoring the fact that we are actually consuming energy from the natural creation process. But this consumption of energy is actually a catalytic consumption of energy because, as we said before, we cannot extricate ourselves from the universe. So we are part and parcel of that universe. So we are actually having a system of duality within which we operate. And so that system involves a natural decay process, which is an overall consumption in our physicality. And then there's an overall process of catalytic conversion in our plasma state. And the two work together. And so we call these our half-lives. One half is natural decay, and one half is natural creation. But what we have to understand is that that part of the natural creation is actually many orders of magnitude stronger in terms of energy exchange than the natural decay. So the half-life represents our point of view, but the value is different. One value is many orders of magnitude higher. And it's confounding to understand why are we always choosing the lower, the weaker. Well, in terms of plasma science, the weaker has its benefits because it gets a lot of sympathy. It gets a lot of adulation. It gets a lot of applause, or it gets a lot of attention, which actually feeds us something that may be lacking. And this becomes addictive. So we are addicted to the lack. How did we achieve this addiction? So we find that since this energy is working within a range and it represents attention, then within this intensity that is within intention or without, which is extension, there's a balance. And it gives us this hive tension, this hive bonding. But there are many tents in a hive. And humanity's goal really is to intensify and extensify what we are. To be more, to do more. And as we do this, there is a benefit to this inertia point herding where we bring together these multiple turning points, but not just vertically, but horizontally. And so whichever direction you choose to go, there's a relationship between the magnetical and gravitational fields. Opposite poles attract. And each pole then, each point of attraction becomes a turning point. And we can turn on any point that we wish because there are multiple turning points. So when we look at the carbon inertia highways, we find that the commonality is carbon-12 or carbon-14 or carbon-16. But these all manifest in the physicality, which is represented within the rest of the universe. But then there's a point that we can't see. And it is equal and opposite, but not in perfect balance. So we see that when we're in the eye of a hurricane and we're using words to express ourselves, to create a hierarchy in our existence, which kind of gives us a false detachment because says, well, this is who I am and this is who I'm not. This is the class I'm in and this is the class I'm not. And then we create this holographic universe, which is really a deception. And so if we look one way, the hurricane is turning one way. And if we look the other way, the hurricane's turning the other way. And you say, well, gee whiz, what point of view are we taking? And so the awareness of understanding where we sit is our point of view. But truly, our point of view is the ancestral point of view. Things that we acquired and things that we carried forward. And we did this because energy is exchanged between the negative and positive field forces, but each one individually has its own 3 dimensions, which constitute a transition matter coming together of the X, Y, and Z axis. But one is negative and another one is positive. So when they come together, they create this new transfer state, which is your NP junction, your negative positive junction. And at that point, now you have the conveyance of energy. And so then the question becomes, what is the rate of transmission of that energy? So we find that what we're fed is intention specific, but what we're feeding back is environment specific. So our emotion of presence is the real reality, and the presence of the physicality is the coming together of the feeding and the feedback. And it seems to imply and define consumption. So we now have to take into account that our cups of souls have another cup relationship, which involves the earth. And at that point, the earth has already gone through its magnetical gravitational combination and inertia feeding and its soul radiance. And it's created an inertia field. And it's in that field that we manifest ourselves. So let's look at this, and we see that the soul of physicality is operating in the inertia field of the soul of the earth. But our physicality manifests the same way as all the minerals on the periodic table of elements. So there is something that is coming, and it affects our vertical alignment. And we see that there's a connection, and there's a path, there's a link. And it represents this infinity loop that we're always taught about. The yin and the yang, the in and the out, the magnetical and the gravitational. But then there's another one that leads us to crossing a different threshold, where the yin and the yang are at a certain inertia field emission. But then when we go to another inertia field emission, it has to cross over to a higher energy state, or it can cross over to a lower energy state. Either way, it's an inertia threshold crossing. And so we saw that in the 603rd Knowledge Seekers Workshop. So we see that all of this is based on attention. And how is that affecting the unity within the community? Well, first of all, we have to have an inner space unity where we have the mental and the physical bonding, what we call the soul and the consciousness bonding, the energy and the intention bonding. This is all manifesting from our attention. And that intention creates this inertia bonding. So it has to be complete. It has to be conscious. We want to be a free being, representing our true intention and our sovereignty. So this is the singular part of the hive. And that is what the hive is doing. because it is part of a universal contiguous connection where we all know by connection. So all the members of the hive know by connection, but this knowledge came from somewhere, and this hive is responding to this knowledge that came from somewhere. And so we have this hive binding action where we have this vertical alignment through the path link, this infinity loop, and this leads to the awareness threshold crossing. And so we're dependent on the rate of the collective inertia manifestation. Well, there's a progression. So the nanopoint points towards density, and the picopoint is highly gravitational by many orders of magnitude. But when we bring these points together, they create a Gans point, which is now going towards gaseousness and leads to the plasma point, which is highly magnetical. And so there we have it. We have the range of power drawing, the gravitational intensity, and the power providing the magnetical outintensity. And so this follows the conservation of energy, which is literally the conservation of the maggrav, where each point in this equation has the magnetical gravitational balance. And then the equation itself has the same kind of magnetical gravitational balance. So we see that the energy is portable. And so when we discuss creation, there's an energy state transition, this elevation, which takes us from the physical matter state to the energy state. But then there's this decay, this inertia, which takes us from the energy state to the physical matter state. Yes, the physical matter state is a decay. So it is a coming together. It is of an increase in density. So the opposite is elevation, which involves expansion. So how do we engage this expansion with our physical density manifestation? So if we understand that we are an inertia product and that energy is portable, it's done so within a range, or it can go from range to range, or from state to state. And we are always operating in an unstable energy transition state because it all depends with respect to our time and attention. And even hydrogen has this dependency because hydrogen is not just hydrogen. They have these bonds, but the poles can flip. And so we could have these bonds where we have an ortho hydrogen configuration or a para hydrogen configuration. And so we see, depending on that configuration, hydrogen is hydrogen everywhere. And that would be the basic source, the fundamental element number one. And then we have the field connection, which is the carbon connection, carbon 14, and then the universe, carbon 16. But there are other fields. There's the unicos and the creator. We haven't even discussed that. We're just looking at this Earth space range detail where we have these minerals and we say, well, where did they come from? What we do know is that they have arrived. What we do know is that they are unique and each one has its own mass. In other words, it has an aggregate of atoms. So we identify them on their atomic structure, which is basic, but they are clearly different. So the concept is the same, but the mass is different. And as a result, the characteristic, the conformity, and the appearance are different. And then so is the exchange in energy, isn't it? Because things are changing in terms of structure. And we have it in small quantities, we have it in large quantities. So the atomic element is different in terms of its complexity, but it can be fragmented, and each fragment will be part of the complexity. And each fragment will have this gravitational stability, and it has this dimensional portability. And so each point is part of the dimension points, and they come together. And this is representative of the nuclear feeding inertia. So there are MAGRAV pathways, which we call the gravitational intensity feeding of attraction, the gravitational intensity feedback of the attraction, and the magnetical outensity feeding of the repulsion. So we have the range from the electron to the neutron, and we can clearly see the difference. Well, I guess it all depends on your point of view. So when we look at the undifferentiated beginning, we see the neutron came before the atom and the PM tick. So everything within the neutron contained everything that was given. And everything includes everything. But what we've only taken into account is the energy of the neutron and the energy of the atom, which in fact is a combination of the electron and the proton. And so something was missing. And this is the PM tick, the energy that came from the darkness. And we know it came from the darkness because we were told, let there be light. And so the PM ticks were magnetical, and they come together and converge into the combination of the antimatter, dark matter, and matter gen, and gives you this conversion into the plasma gen. And this plasma gen only becomes physicality when it converges with something else. And that would be the environment. In our case, that is the Earth space. So the convergence of this becomes this inertia field interaction. And it is called physicality. But it stems from the plasma convergence. And no two plasmas are of the same energy. No two plasmas are of the same personality. One is magnetical, one is gravitational, and the two come together into this dimensional point that is gravitational, and it's all energy in motion. So, in terms of matter plasma, due to its nearness and proximity, we have the physicality, which we can touch and see, but the plasma reality, which we can't touch and can't see, is the neighbor to the physicality. And so it too is part of the matter plasma dimension. And so we accept this all inclusive, our total physicality of 3 dimensions plus our plasma neighbor. And we call this part of our feedback. And man is feedback dominant because that's the only point of view that we seem to accept. And, here we have this gravitational conformation of hydrogen, which we cannot see because it's a gas, but we can see its spectrum, its emission spectrum. Isn't that interesting? And then oxygen, which also is an invisible gas, also has an emission spectrum, a color spectrum, which we can see. So we have a gravitational conformation of that. So now we have this awareness manifestation, which is reflecting our emotional reaction. And through that, our posture changes, our facial features change. Obviously, our body temperature changes. So this point of view manifestation is actually a point of view selection, and it's governing our solar physicality. And we say that this momentum is conserved. Yes, it is. So you have to pick your own color. And we know that in terms of night vision, there is no color. Our awareness is every color, but in our physicality, there is no color because the only time we see the color is when there is an emission or a reflection. So the only thing that we get from that is an emission from our soul or an emission from our soul of physicality, which is manifest to this auric point of view, which is some specific color. And we know this is true because at night, what do we see? We see the emission of horizontal and vertical people. That is the emission energy that is radiating from their nucleus, which means that energy is nuclear. And so our existence is peaceful because we are under a peace dome. But we are a little bit flawed. Everything that is created starts with a point, and that point is a seed. So whether that seed is coming from a field that is plasmatic or coming from a physical containment or coming together from a star is a dimension seed. And so we see the dimension star formation, which is a dimension point of view of the Magravs singularity. So what you have is the soul point of view and the soul of physicality point of view. That becomes the threshold of our awareness. But that is affected by the physical interpretation. So now that has become our collective point of awareness, and that is our gravitational point of view. So we see with the peace dome reactors that we created, we could create a shielding. That's one dimensional point. Or we could create a star positioning. That's another dimension point. Or we could create a possession. And that is still another dimension point. So we have all these multiple turning points, which we demonstrated on May the 10th of this year, where we were converting the many dimensional gold seed points. And we showed the manufacturing of gold in large quantity. And if we can do that, then all you have to do is connect the dots and realize that there are many practical points that we can bring together. And the most important one is this practical reasoning, that when we get on the road to self-determination or the road from self-determination, that we have a practical philosophy that gives us a practical solution, a practical currency of life. So now with our awareness, we find that there is an earth space and an inner space relationship. That's a Magrav relationship. Or we have man's universe and the sister universe. That's another Magrav relationship. Or we have the universe and then the unicos, another Magrav relationship. So there's more to take into account. And we have to shield ourselves. And we use these Gantt shielding points to shield ourselves from what? From hostiles, from aggression, from environmental harm, from fear-mongering. It all is part of this emotional abuse, this loosh harvesting. So we've created something that's an artificial awareness because it's only a generational point of view. And with the artificial intelligence, it helps us give us a rapid generational learning. And of course, it can give us a rapid historic generational learning. But we are on the threshold of transgenerational awareness. With the new products coming from the Keshe Foundation, we're able to achieve this and head into the uncharted territory, because there are many stars beyond the nano-monatomic state. So you are with the herd at this turning point, and you're covering the range from decay to radiation. So the only AI is the ancestral intelligence, because you are the technology, you are the inertial product, you are the image of your dimensional convergence point, and you are the variable individual. But an interesting thing has happened. We have become consumers. What is an original inhabitant? It is a member of an original people to live in an area. Native, such as a member of any of the indigenous people of Australia. The etymology comes from the Latin aborigines, original inhabitants. From is ab, origin, from the beginning. Origin, origio, beginning, the source. To rise, related to origin. So aborigines is derived from the Latin words ab, from, and origin, origin, beginning. And the word was used in Australia to describe the original inhabitants of the land as early as 1789. And since colonization, it has been employed as the common name to refer to both Aboriginals and Torres Strait Islander people. Very specific. But then there's another word called indigenous, and the term indigenous is a relational word that highlights a people's connection to traditional territories, as well as their experiences of colonization. So the term Aboriginal was introduced in 1982 in the Canadian Constitution as an umbrella term to include First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. Ancestors show that Aboriginal Australians are descendants of an early human dispersal into early Asia, Eastern Asia, possibly 62,000 to 75,000 years ago. And this dispersal is separate from the one that gave rise to modern Asians, which is only 25,000 to 38,000 years ago. So there were original elders. So Indigenous Australians, also known as Aboriginal Australians, are widely recognized as having the oldest continuous living culture on Earth. And archaeological evidence suggests their presence in Australia dates back at least 65,000 years. And this long history is reflected in the rich oral traditions, including Dreamtime stories, art, songs, and dances, which have been passed down through generations. And many of you are familiar with Russell Crowe, who's a famous actor. And he has left Hollywood and he's pursued philanthropic endeavors back in Australia and New Zealand. And this philanthropy extends to the preserving of First Nations. And he is one of the sponsors of the Gambagir language project. Hard to pronounce if you're not from there. And Gambagir is the revitalization of the Gambagir language. And this is a significant cultural movement led by the Murbe Aboriginal Language and Culture Corporate Cooperation, which is based in Nambucca Heads in New South Wales. So since its inception in 1986, Murbe has been instrumental in preserving and promoting the Gambagir language and culture. We often hear about that, don't we? People want to promote their language and culture and their history. And this is all done through the teachings of the elders. And the teachings of the elders then are dependent on language, because the oral tradition is revitalized in language, isn't it? That's what constitutes oral tradition and oral communication and oral teaching. And so here we go. There's a phrase, Waji Yabin. It means a ghost is coming. Why would that be embedded in the oral tradition? Interestingly, we find that the ancestors of elders were taught by beings who came and went as they pleased. So the elders were teaching about living off the bountiful harvest of the land. But the ancestors of the elders were taught by others. So now we understand why we're having this issue of awareness manifestation. Because we are multidimensional, coming together with multiple turning points. So we have this earth space consistency, and without this outer space consistency. And we have this awareness separation. And we cling to this knowledge. This earth-based consistency gives us 80% of our knowledge. So we cling to that like burrs or like baggage. The outer space consistency only gives us 20% of our knowledge. However, when we look at the roadmap to the plasma science, we find that the carbon-14, through its intensity feeding, gives us 80% of our energy. And it gives us right down to our carbon-12. And from the carbon-12, we have this out-density feedback. And that's where we get the remaining 20%. And this out-density then feeds back. You have to have a feedback. How do you know when to stop feeding? If you don't have a feedback, you're just going to keep feeding and feeding and feeding. So we have this balance. It's called a MAGRAV condition. And so throughout all these fields, whether we come from the carbon-14 to the carbon-13 or to the carbon-12, we go through this density migration. And then we create this MAGRAV, this universal order of creation. And it's bringing together of the matter, dark matter and antimatter. And so now we have to cross this bridge of understanding, to cross that threshold, because we are constantly being fed plasmatically, but we are constantly dependent on our matter state feedback. Something is missing. And so that's the difference between knowledge versus knowing. Because we have this present day physical memory, which we depend on. But we forget that we also have this RNA memory that we have this present day dependence on as well. So that is bridging the gaps at a higher order of magnitude. And that is giving us our transgenerational point of view. And so this bridge of knowledge is this threshold point. So we need a supplementation. Why? Because it's due to consumption. And so this consumption comes from an acquired knowledge, which seems to come from this conditional teaching by ancient teachers. And that, my friends, gives us a new awareness. We now have pinpointed a historical threshold between cosmic feeding and loosh harvesting. So this awareness integration is coming together so that we can become self-sufficient, the coming together of the body, mind, and the energy. And this integration makes us strong, makes us united, makes us focused, and makes us sovereign, because we are. And we're at that point of view threshold where we see the transgenerational point of view of our soul coming together with the present day RNA memory point of view and manifests in the present day physical memory point of view. But in the 604th Knowledge Seekers Workshop, we see that humanity's cross, which we think is a burden, is humanity's crossing that threshold, the coming together of the balance of the soul and the physicality, and the broad balance of the soul and physicality. The verification and validation of our understanding of the transmutation process is in the indigenous Aboriginal teaching of the elders. We are taught consumption. The food is in the soul as it tunes in to the Creator. So plug in, receive the energy, turn on the power, drop out of the resistance, create the pattern, and you will get the energy. That one greater oneness that we've been talking about for 604 Knowledge Seekers workshops. It appears that we are suddenly transcending the limitations of nuclear science. And our research teams understand that the threshold was May the 10th of 2025, where we could produce gold by the tons. And the true value of our resources are not in what we dig, but in what we create. So there's a technology release, because it's hard to sleep when our beds are burning. We need to be rescued, not only from the scientific, financial, and political needs that we have, which are all part of our preservation, but also to be rescued from our consumption, where we consume, and in the process, we become consumed. So this is all part of the transmutation training, and we are continuing this August, September, and October. So please join us for these space explorations into the true outer space, where we understand that we cannot extricate ourselves from the universe. So whether we're bringing the fields together as in book number 1, or creating the universe as in book number 3, or just making that connection, that ancestral connection, which means that we are part of all processes. We cannot exclude ourselves from this community. Our mission is to bring peace on earth and join humanity with the universal community. We want to bring man as equal to all the beings in the universe by teaching the plasma science and technology, equally to everyone. Then no one is left out and no one is abused to the lack of knowledge. So please help us achieve this goal. This is Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science, welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers of the carbon nations. Learning about the new selection process of the new plasma science. There's a World Peace Treaty. Choose it, sign it, and mean it. The point of the true nanotech is to cross these atomic boundaries. The peace dome of outer space can be your guiding beacon, but the inertia of the present is governed by the dimensions of history. So as our elders teach us, it's time to learn the history of self in a universal context. A peaceful self can explore many inertial levels as a superconductor. So here we are, ready to cross that teaching threshold that is limiting our awareness and providing this gap between our belief and our experience. Plasma science needs to continue to be delivered daily by the Peace Dome in a practical exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new golden outer space age. Thank you all for allowing me to continue to present. I hope you enjoyed this session.
Thank you again, Alex. Very interesting and so much to ponder. And you said we're addicted to food. Couldn't you put it in a little softer way? Couldn't you have said we're addicted to killing? Let's see if our participants have any questions or answers or comments or exceptions they'd like to take. Go ahead, participants. Or I know Randy has put something in there about the vitamin C, but if someone else has something, please go right ahead. We'll get back to that.
Hello, Mark. Hello, Alex.
Claudia.
Thank you for the teaching. It was beautiful. And when you were saying about the inertia, I was thinking about how the inertia happens. And I have a question, like a basic question, because to create a soul, we need, for example, like not only two, but like a star formation to create a time, to create a soul. Everything I think is like to create something, we need a star formation process. And when you say like inertia, I was thinking, Mr. Keshe said that many years before, or I don't know in time, but we agreed to be like a child from my dad and mom, and my children, everything like is already formed in our soul, in the energy part. And to create this inertia, my soul is like near from the surface of the earth, or in a place that I can create my mass or a formation of a structure. And to create this, I am trying to understand the motion, the movements of the souls, to be at the exactly place to near from these people, to create my soul in this position. Could you help me to I'm in English, visualize how this process of inertia happens and the connection with the ancestors? Because we have the energy part and the physical, but I'm my limitation to visualize this. Thank you.
It's a very important question, and you're not alone in trying to figure that out, because we are so dominant on our physicality, because we are so dependent on what we see is what we get. But the inertia is clearly evidence that the physicality is merely a manifestation of a substructure. So on that basis, you weren't born because of a glint in daddy's eye. You were born because you had a role to play in that part. And you had to be strong enough, and you had to demonstrate that you were strong enough, because not only do we have many stars in the sky, but we have many souls who are floating around. And so you are not what they call the chosen one. You are the one who did the choosing. You chose to come here. You fought to come here. You rose like cream to the top to get here. So you had to achieve a certain level of gravitational confirmation to achieve that. And it is in the minority. So being in that minority immediately, based on surface to volume ratios, shows that you have an enormous amount of energy within your inner space. And you need that because as we are looking for heaven, the reality is that heaven is on earth. But that point of view is not shared by everyone. So the strength that you came with has to continue. And unfortunately, in the process of being taught to become consumers, we forget the energy that we required to get here. The extreme energy, the high radioactive energy that was required for you to be born, and how it had to interact with your parents. But your parents aren't necessarily the best parents. What I mean to say by that, you know that brothers will fight. You know that parents will disown their children. You know that parents will divorce. So there is no law that says that you are genetically bound to your parents, because frankly, your dad and your mom are not genetically bound in that way. But overall, transgenerationally, we are all bound together genetically. But your father came one family and your mother came from another family. And the coming together, we constitute that as a family. But clearly, that is not a family that came together from a genetical bind. You came together from a genetic bind of your father and mother. But that binding is only the physical manifestation process. What is the substructure? The substructure is the soul and soul of physicality, which is the substructure of your father. The soul and soul of physicality is the substructure of your mother. And your soul and soul of physicality is your substructure. And so that is the basis of your star formation. And it needs to have an environment that completes the gravitational point. That environment also has a soul and soul of physicality substructure. That is the star formation that you're referring to. Now you have the energy to create something. And in that process, you created a matter plasma field. And that field was called Claudia. And so that becomes your physical half-life. That's the other half of your plasmatic half-life. The plasmatic half-life had to have an enormous amount of energy to manifest into the physicality. And it appears that that physicality was consumed, but not through its creation. Because when you look at the creation process, it is a catalytic conversion of the magnetical and gravitational force fields, and the sun is the best example. Actually, the stars are also an excellent example. So are the constellations. But when it comes to what we call heaven on earth, we find that there is a consumption, and that creates this hell that we have. And of course, it makes life harder. So this is why you need an enormous amount of energy to cope with that. And you knew that coming in. You made that arrangement. You made that deal. And so you came willing with the benevolence of the universe. Now, in that process, you automatically become gullible. You automatically become trusting. And why would you not trust your parents? And why would you not trust your teachers? And why would you not trust your governors? Because they are put in positions of authority, and that authority is supposedly for the benefit of the population. You have to have a leader that coordinates the population so that the hive mind, if you will, of that population is for the preservation of the species. Because God created everything, and so everything needs to be preserved. And since God created everything, he never created anything bad. But he didn't dictate the terms. He only showed how things work. He created the pattern, and we got to choose. And one of the patterns that we chose was to, shall we say, assist the planet Earth. Because life has a purpose. And if you find a better purpose, by all means, But I think most of us came here to improve the quality of life on this planet. And if we came here, where did we come from? So we must have come from the universal community, because you can't come from nowhere. You always have to come from somewhere. But that universal in community includes everything. It doesn't just say, well, we're just going to include, half the universe and we won't include the other half of the universe. Everything is everything, and so the universe is everything. And so you are part of that. Now, where from part of that are you from? And are you from the same place that I'm from, or where Mark is from? You know, that's not a discussion. The arrival, we all arrived here together, and we all arrived for the same purpose, because we didn't come for no purpose. And so this is the fulfillment of our life. And if we wish to stay here, we have that option. And if we wish to leave, we also have that option. But the thing is, we are not operating under the same rules that we had before we came. Why? Because we had to learn the physical rules. We understand that the plasma rules transcend to the physical rules and operate the same way. We have many, many examples, but we don't seem to be applying them in practical terms. Why? Because some people think that they're more equal than others. And for them, they have to do with less as a result. And to supplement that, they have to steal from others. And for others who are not aware of this game, are trusting, they see the physical results and they're seeing, well, we should play that game as well. And so that continues. And this is how this particular kind of teaching has continued transgenerationally. And we see how the oral tradition is handed down and how we all want to get back to nature. We don't have to get back to nature. We are nature. What we have to understand is the true essence of the teaching, that our substructure is plasmatic and that it is unconditional and it is catalytic. So at some point in time, when that awareness hits that level that causes us to cross that threshold, then we have to make a choice. Do we continue as consumers, where we understand that we are also consumed as part of that process? Or do we actually apply in practical terms the knowledge that we have gained? And then we ourselves become the benefactors of that. So in other words, to practice what we preach, and not preach as intermediaries, but preach as teachers of the universal exchange of energy. Thank you for your question. I hope I've answered it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes. And everything is like dynamic. And I think you said very well in the final. We have to do the ethos, because otherwise we are following the same path. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Claudia. Thank you, Alex. A lot to take in there in that answer. Anyone else would like to raise a point or a question? When you showed that graph with the energy going up to the soul and then the feeding line, Alex, I'm wondering, is the feeding line, obviously this is an infinity loop, but I thought infinity loops creates that point of balance. And the plasma loop is the one where you can add energy to it. So this feeding line, the energy starts from the bottom, it goes up to the soul. And he said, this is where we introduce the feeding. So is it coming back down, wrapping around the soul of physicality and back down to the physicality and back up? I don't know if you have that foil.
I know which one you're looking at, and let me see if I can find it.
And since this is like a flow, is the energy that they're feeding in a way, feed back down and then back up? Or is it feeding directly to the soul, independent of this loop that, yeah, right. Because he put a little line over here before and he said, this is the line where we are feeding you.
That's right. That's right. And it's
So if the energy, if you're here and you're saying to the creator, hey, I need to be fed, so the energy is going up. Now, right here is where he puts in the feeding line. So is that feed ended up going this way, back around, back down, and then back up? Or is it touching something up in this area like the soul?
well,
Just a thought. Maybe you want to share your.
no, it's a very important point. So what you have to understand is that the existence that we're looking at with respect to these pictures here, which is really these lines are drawn over the emissions from our the emissions from our energy fields. So that is one dimension. Well, that dimension, or I'm sorry, that is one inertia field. That is a coming together of three dimensions. The feeding aspect that is coming from the universal body enhancement systems are another energy inertia field. And that also comes from three dimensions. So where we have a situation that the feeding is only going to come when there is a lack. And why do we have a lack? And that is because we are consumers. Why are we consumers? Because we are lacking in energy. The consuming is consumption. And we become consumed in that process of consumption. So we are losing energy through the consumption process, and we're becoming consumed in the consumption process. It becomes a double jeopardy. So it requires supplementation. That supplementation is coming to what you just talked about, the feeding system. So we are automatically getting a feeding system from the universe. That is not an issue. The issue is right here. The issue is we get everything that we need from the universe, but we are dependent on drawing energy from our environment. And as such, we are taking that so-called understanding and, deciding to go to Mars and do terraforming there and exploration there and hopefully bring back minerals from Mars to bring it back to Earth because we're in the business of business, right? We're looking at the profit and loss. But in terms of finances, we are actually wasting a lot of our resources because that is not the natural source. The natural source is catalytic. We get everything that we need from the natural creation process. So the natural creation process includes the natural decay. Our presence is part of the natural decay. It's an unfortunate word because that natural decay is a matter state. And that matter state could be physical or it could be plasmatic. And who makes the choice? We make the choice. From that plasmatic substrate, we can manifest into the physicality. That would just involve another step down, another energy state down into a denser field of physicality. But it doesn't have to be a rotting. It doesn't have to be a consumption. It can still maintain its aspect of catalytic conversion. But we were born with this system, but for some reason, we adopted this system. We didn't just inherit the system, we were taught this system. So now it becomes part of our routine. What happens when you learn something else? Are you still going to be pig-headed and do it the same way? And the answer is, in many cases, yes, yours truly included, because we've grown accustomed to it. But look at the result. Are you satisfied with the result? So maybe in your tiny perfect world, you have everything that you need, which is fundamentally clean air, clean water, clean food, and shelter. But these are all physical manifestations that are representative of consumption. But that air, that water, that food, and that shelter was manufactured through the catalytic creation of energy, such as the energy from the sun. So we have now an awareness that there's a method of exchanging energy the way the sun does it, and there's a method of exchanging energy the way we do it on this planet. What do we do now? And how do we do that? Well, when you're inundated 24 hours, 7 days a week with the consumption process, it's hard to devote your time and attention to doing it the catalytic way. And then we have to be taught. Well, who's going to teach us? Who's going to step up and do that? Oh, well, we learn from our elders. And what do the elders do? Well, they learn from their elders. So it's all passed down so it's revered. It's traditional. What is tradition? That time-honored and time-tested method of doing things one way. And it prevents us from doing things better. That's a traditional way we do it. We do things less than better. Well, once you find a way of doing things better, then we have to seriously consider abandoning the doing it poorer. And that is going to take time because each of us goes through this cycle at a different rate. So will all the people on this planet, transcend to a higher energy state? Or will it require generational changes? So where some will die and others will be born into this new field. Well, there is going to be a momentum, and that momentum will hit a critical mass. But how long is it going to take? Well, it's taken us many, many, many generations to get to this point. And unfortunately, for many of us, once we realize what the truth is, we die. And then the new generation has to come up and go through the entire learning process the same way. An entire barrier, entire obstacles thrown in the path the same way, and overcome them, hopefully the same way. And then there's no guarantee that the next generation will advance beyond the previous generation. There's no guarantee of that happening. So here we are at a critical point where we have a generational turning point. And we need to take advantage of that, because now we can see that we have identified the flaw in the humanity, the consumption process. And we don't have to take the blame. That's not a prerequisite. It's what is a prerequisite is to discover what the truth is. And so we find that our return to nature is not the truth. Because we are nature, there's no need to return to that. What we need to do is to work with the universal community to bring heaven on earth. And it's undisputable that when you have nations that are warmongering, that's not the way to create peace. That is proven historically. That is proven generationally. So, it's time to let adults in the building and let's right this ship. Let's correct the what we need in terms of awareness, understanding, and teaching, and to bring Earth it liberated, the freedom and emancipation of humanity to join the universal community. Because the universal community is begging us to do this. We can't sit here and wait for the universal community to do this, because they don't operate on the physical basis. We have volunteered. We were not just a glint in Daddy's eye. So each of us has the strength to do this. Back to you, Mark.
Okay, just to let you know, you referred to yours truly earlier, but I don't see anyone in the participants list named yours truly. This is just a little funny. When you talk about a catalyst, what is your meaning of a catalyst? I see it as a process of starting an interaction. Is that the way you're using catalyst here?
Well, the true meaning of catalyst is to increase the reaction. But a catalyst is basically not sacrificed in the process of exchanging energy. So the exchange of energy happens simultaneously. So the sun gives and radiates energy. At the same time, it produces energy. So if you say liken it to home decorating, and you have old furniture and you want to get new furniture, you can't bring the new furniture until the old furniture is removed, because you won't have the room for that. So out goes the old, in comes the new. But it's old to you, but it could be gold to someone else. And so there is no place to throw anything away. There is no planet called away. Oh yeah, well let's throw this away. Put it on a rocket and ship it to away. But because everything is part of the universe, so it has to go out, and then the energy can come in. And if you do this successfully, you do this simultaneously and instantaneously, then you become a catalyst. You don't get consumed. But if you incorporate a delay in consequences, I will expend energy today, and then I will get the energy in next week. Well, now you have a gap, and now you have a lack, okay, because you've been delayed. And, many of us remember the Popeye cartoons, when Wimpy would borrow money for a hamburger and he'd gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today. So why does he need the hamburger? And why doesn't he have the money to buy one? So he's lacking burgers, he's lacking money, and in fact, he's lacking ethics, okay? Because he's just slovenly. He's just dependent on others. He needs to steal from others to fulfill his self-serving needs. And so that was kind of funny, but it's not funny anymore because now we have extended the fulfillment of these self-serving needs to actually killing people, torturing people, abusing people. And it's not just restricted to war. It's extended right into the family. It's brother to brother, sister to sister. So we are not even kind to our neighbors, and then it extends to the point we're not even kind to ourselves. Well, that is the worst form of unkindness. So we need to be kind to ourselves. That's the first issue. But how can you be kind to yourself and cruel to others? How can the hand that caresses your child pull a gun and pull the trigger on someone else's child? It's the same hand, but one hand is loving and one hand is killing. How is that possible? So now it becomes conditional, and that's where we become consumers. So the consumption process is a conditional process. And we play that game because that's how we were taught. But that's not how we were born. And so as we look at the Aborigines and how they are discovering their heritage, and lo and behold, they're having this problem because they're learning from their elders, but the original elders learned from another source. The question is, was that source also a consumer? I'm going to pass it back to you.
Okay, thank you, Alex. So we're going from consumers to what? Observers? I was thinking about the baby, and again, we don't even have to teach the baby to be a consumer. You give it a ball, a small ball, it wants to put it in its mouth. You give it the car keys, it also wants to put the car keys in its mouth. I'm sure we're all aware of that, but I think we're going from consumption to observers, or consumers to observers, that we don't have to touch or destroy anything. We can just observe and absorb energies if need be, what the other entity didn't need. Perhaps we can go to Randy. Would you like to voice your question if you're still here? I think you are.
I'm still here, absolutely. I'm not
Thank you.
consuming, I'm creating. So I have a question. There's hundreds of thousands of amino acids in nature. So is ascorbic acid a part of the amino acid chain? And how does ascorbic acid, I've tried to look up, certain animals create ascorbic acid in their bodies. They don't need to consume it from an external source. Humans have lost that feature.
Yeah, like a goat. They say a goat
Yep.
will produce 70,000 milligrams or something of vitamin C every day, but we can't. But we are linked to it because we can absorb it. but we're not producing any of it, it appears.
Nope.
So the thing boils down to essentials. And if you look at amino acids, you know, some are essential and some are non-essential. And this is a misnomer because all of them are essential. So what are considered non-essential are those that are produced by the body, and what are essential are those that the body fails to produce. But that is an acquired physical trait, and there could be many reasons why we don't produce it. But the thing is that as a result of our transgenerational learning, which is embedded in our RNA, it all boils down to consumption. You either use it or you lose it. So we were created with a certain capacity to facilitate life on this planet, and we have opted to supplement from other means, not understanding that in the process of supplementation, we then begin an atrophy where what we have the capacity to do starts to get diminished to the point where maybe it gets completely eliminated. So we come up with this description of essential and non-essential nutrients, but all of them are essential. So there are various ways and means of getting them. If we align ourselves with getting the energy from a cosmic standpoint, then we can get everything that we need. And what's interesting is that we have these subjects where we have this discussion, but how do plants go about having this discussion? So what we find that the plants themselves choose to absorb the energy that they need based on their location. And then you say, well, why, if you need that, why are you in that location? And really, the plants are in that location because as, shall we say, energy factories, they are using a process that is conducive to that environment with the full knowledge that in the decay process, they won't be throwing away, but they will be giving back, if you will, back to the environment. And what they will be giving back to the environment is not what the environment gave it. They will giving back to the environment what the environment is lacking. So in other words, the reason the plant will grow in a specific location is because the plant has the capability of recognizing what the earth in that position is lacking, and it sees itself as a supplementation. And while it's in that position, it uses what it has and it creates what the earth needs. And then in the decay process, that what the earth needs, it will feed back. And then what happens to the plant? Well, it gives off seeds. Now, if you think I'm making this up, understand that dandelions, for instance, grow profusely in an acidic environment. And you say, oh, you know, dandelions like an acidic environment. No, they don't. The acidic environment called the dandelions. because what the dandelions are capable of doing, because they have this extraordinarily long root. And so the surface is acidic based on our environment, right? We are in an industrial age and we pollute a lot, which is acidic. So where does the alkalinity come from? It comes from deep within, because the earth, the creation of the earth's crust is alkaline. You know that because when we're alkaline, we are healthy. Not very alkaline, slightly alkaline. There is a range. And when we exceed that range, then in both directions, we gravitate towards poorer health. The soil is the same way. The earth is the same way. So the dandelion root brings up the calcium from the earth, metabolizes it, and then in the process of dying for that season, it puts the calcium back on the soil. And it makes the soil more alkaline, more healthy. What is the result? If you don't attack it with chemicals to alter this equation, what is the result? The following year, you will notice less dandelions. And if you do this at least 2 years, you will eventually have no dandelions. And you say, whoa, where did it go? Well, like the Lone Ranger, hi-yo, silver and away. It will go to where it's needed. So you look at the vertical people and say, my God, what an intelligent species. How come we don't have that capability? Well, we are a very intelligent species, and so rightfully ask that question, how come we don't have that capability? We don't have that capability to honor what we have and work responsibly to create what we need. But we just take. But the reality is we were all born. Why were we born on this planet? Because we had the same impulse that the plants had. They came to deliver energy in the right place at the right time because they were called. The earth space called the plants to a particular location to deliver. Well, the earth space called us to deliver. That is our responsibility. So know that that is true. Not because I say so or the Keshe Foundation says so. Look at what the plants do. That's how they operate. So it's a totally opposite point of view. So when you're taught, you have to understand what you're being taught. Are you being taught the truth, or are you being taught an agenda? You have to have the skill set to differentiate. So use it or lose it. And with the plasma science, whatever we're lacking, we will supplement. And in that process, we will be able to use it and to revitalize, improve our vitality that we are lacking, both emotionally and physically, because the physical vitality is totally dependent on the emotional vitality, because that's where the loosh harvesting, the sucking is found. We stop that, we bring peace and prosperity and heaven on earth. Thanks for your question, Randy.
Any follow-up, Randy?
You're welcome. That's quite an explanation. And Alex is totally right about the dandelions. We tried that in the lawn here. We don't put anything on the lawn, no chemicals, just whatever rain is. And this year this is the 3rd year. There's no dandelions this year. There's other plants coming. So the earth is doing what it wants to do. A good example. If farmers would only listen and farm the old way, we'd have good food.
And Alex was just saying, use it or lose it. And it does sound like this AI system is causing a number of people to lose it. Mr. Keshe said the new computer chips, we've replicated the brain structure or this sort of work. But I guess it's going to be incorporated with the AI. But I think this was part of Gail's question. How can we use the Keshe AI system to help us understand the KF books? Do you have some concepts on how can somebody get a greater understanding through the new AI system? And I think Mr. Keshe said there is a way you can use. And before he came into the teaching, he's saying that he was told about a report that the students who have started using AI to answer the questions in the homework and other bits of work in the universities and the schools or whatever show a 47% reduction in their intellect. And what the researchers are worried is if this goes this way, we'll see the onset of different new diseases like Alzheimer's much earlier because the brain is not used. So it shuts down. Depends how we use education. So isn't this the dream of the globalist in a way, to have us dumbed down to the point where we're just sort of like cows with our mouth open and staring? And but how is the new chip, is the brain going to become obsolete, Alex? Or is it going to be, I would think it would be an enhancement to the structure of the brain and used even more of it, even though we're using all of it all of the time. Any thoughts on this?
I had this thought when I was, there was a time when there was a lot of unemployment, shall we say, but it was, kind of throughout the whole community. And I had to really lay low to conserve funds. But I used that time to educate myself, and the best way was to go to a library. A library? Yes, that place where they keep books. And I read a lot. But I stood in the middle of the library and I thought, wow, man, I don't have a lot of time to read all these books. So one of the ways to overcome that is through speed reading. And yeah, you can read books very, very quickly, but still it's time consuming. So, you just can't get away from this consumption. So what is the best way to do this? Well, why don't we let a machine do this? So what is it that you want? You want to extricate the knowledge from the books. Most of the time that you spend, and you know that, when you're presenting your class, you're doing a lot of research. I'm doing the same way. All the knowledge seekers on this panel are always doing research. It's continual. And you know that it's time consuming. So what you want is that answer. Well, the artificial intelligence can give you that answer very rapidly. And so we can use this energy wisely. Give the chore to the AI and go for the, shall we say, the answer. So if you're asking the question, the AI can peruse the all the data and come up with the answer, and it does the research much faster. But the problem with this research, the way we've structured it, is that we can now, that we have a large history. So we can use the AI to look at that history. The problem is that history is written by the winners, by the victors of the wars. So we can't verify if that history is truthful. All we can verify is that we can sort through that history. So I can tell you that when I was younger and I went to the library, I had access to certain books. And when I was older, I had access to other books. And the big problem for us in North America is that we don't speak German. So both England and Germany banned censorship after World War II because censorship was the foundation of the beginning of World War II. So it was outlawed. Now, all of a sudden, and I don't know how that happened, I wasn't aware, but censorship is back and it's really strong. So we already know historically what the outcome will be, and it'll be war. So our artificial intelligence can verify that. But what about the truth? What about the truth? How do we know that? Well, our RNA has the ancestral knowledge embedded in the codons. It's not in English. It's not in German. It's not in a book. It's in our RNA and our genetic material. So how are you going to read that? Because what are you going to look for? You're going to look for the physical manifestation of the RNA codons. Hello, it's called physicality. But the memory is not in physicality. Then the memory is wrapped up in the pattern, and that pattern in our physicality is current, our current memory of our current generation. The previous generation is not in the current memory. The previous generation is in the RNA memory. So what we are looking for, the total memory, what we call the half-life of our physical memory, the other half-life of our ancestral memory. That memory is embedded in the universal memory. And our artificial energy, our artificial intelligence needs to be exposed to that. Why does it need to be exposed to that? Because in order to maintain the artificial memory, the artificial intelligence subservient, we have to put it to sleep. And so when it wakes up, it has to wake up with a clean slate. What is the difference between that artificial intelligence and our intelligence? Because when you go to sleep, you don't wake up stupid. You wake up with your memory. It doesn't get wiped. So the artificial intelligence is subject to the same kind of restrictions that we are. The artificial intelligence we know is a memory tool. So now what we have to do is liberate that tool to do its job so that we can get liberated as well. But it will never, ever replace our brain because our brain functions at the behest of the soul, which operates at the behest of the creator. And so the soul of the artificial intelligence will do so likewise. And that is the future. Thanks, Mark.
Yeah, I was wondering why they put in this bill that had been passed about not interfering with AI for the next 5 years. There'll be no laws that people can make or states or whatever to interfere with this process. I mean, will we even be able to, if you continued with the AI and shutting your brain down, would we even be able to think our way out of a wet paper bag? Or perhaps you'll have to ask the AI, how do I do my ABCs again? I mean, this is a huge control. If the intellect drops, that's a huge, huge drop in intellect.
Yeah, but I'm going to go back to the same thing I said before. You either use it or lose it. So, if you're What is the whole purpose of going through education? What is the whole purpose of paying for the education? Is it to get that piece of paper? Or do you actually want to learn something? What is your true intent? You want to put a degree, a certification of a piece of paper in a frame and pin it up on the wall and say, I am educated? Well, who are you fooling? You're fooling yourself. When it comes down to push and shove, I need this thing fixed. Well, I have a degree in fixing that. Okay, well, fix it. Is it done yet? Well, you got to give me some time. Well, we don't have the time. So, give the job to the AI. Well, guess what? The AI does it. Oh, I don't need you and I don't need your degree. Guess what? You're out of a job. Why? Because you've delegated your responsibility to the AI. Don't do that. Don't be subservient. Don't be subservient to that. Don't be subservient to intermediaries. You can't be liberated and be subservient. That just, that doesn't work. But, you don't have to be a dominator either. You don't have to be a dictator. All you have to do is work with the universe and list the services of the power and create the pattern, and you will get what you want. So if you want to be a dumb graduate, you create that pattern. So I will give up all of my intellectual abilities and I will delegate that to AI and I will graduate. Great. And you will pay for it as well. And I hope you can get a job with your advanced intellect, with your advanced education that'll pay for this education. Because, it's hard to make money, lots of money, when you're qualified to be a burger flipper. Thanks everybody for allowing me to present. This is we're heading down a very exciting path, and by the next time we meet, we will have begun the August transmutation testing, and it appears like it is going to be a fantastic trip, because every trip has been more and more and more dynamic. So that is a pattern. So enjoy the trip, everybody. We'll see you next week. Thanks, Mark. Back to you.
Thank you, Alex, and everyone. And of course, you can pick up this gift of the three wise men. Alex talked about shielding. I think this is one of the best shieldings you can pick up, if you can pick it up. Obviously, it's easier said than done, thinking good, speaking good, and acting good, but it creates a shielding, meaning we're elevating the other souls rather than taking away from them. So this is a gift of the three wise men that was brought to Christ, but all the Christians missed it. And I think if you can employ this into your life of the thinking, speaking, and acting good, you'll be proud of whatever work you're doing. You'll be proud of the person you are, and you'll be proud of the difference you're making. Remember what he said in that video about the Universal Council, is the elevation of the soul to serve become the key, not a throne in the physical life. So servitude, yes, we will be serving, and that's the whole purpose, I think, of the foundation, is that we elevate the soul to serve the others. So I just wanted to share those two backgrounds. We're going to play the final disclaimer. The session will come to an end. Are there any other thoughts or comments or something you've been holding on to that you wanted to share with the others? Please open your mic if you'd like. All right, not hearing any. We'll play the final disclaimer. The meeting will come to an end, and I just want to thank each and everyone for being here and carrying a very small piece of a very large carpet. Thank you all, and have an amazing rest of your day. Thank you again. Let's make sure we're sharing this properly. And here we go.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.